Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. And now we'll be starting the next session. Earlier we had a session on biodiversity of Pulicat Lake. So over there we had presentation from different dignitaries who are present in this hall. So now the next session will be on ecological services. And for that, I would like to call Dr. Anantira Livingstone from Madras Christian College, and she will be presenting on wetland biodiversity and ecosystem services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I wish to thank the organizers for having invited me to give a special talk. I haven't done thorough research as how I saw the first sessions, everyone doing research in specializing in each field. But I'm a teacher who teaches biodiversity. I'm an associate professor working in the Department of Zoology, Madras Christian College, Tambaram. I teach biodiversity, and our campus, Madras Christian College campus, is rich in diversity. We have a 360-acre campus, and it is a scrub jungle ecosystem basically. We have an irrigation pond too, and there are a lot of birds, the migratory birds do come there, visit us, especially the golden oriole. Just from a window we can just see them every day. And we have paradise flycatchers, and the spot-billed duck which comes to the lake, and many more to name. And especially my work in the morning is to sit and list out all the birds in eBird. That is what I do. I just switch on my mobile and keep, and then I find out all that are listed, and then I do it. So I love to listen to the birds and things like that. So when Dr. Himadri called me, I was really surprised, and I took up this opportunity to come and talk about wetland biodiversity and ecosystem services. First of all, I'd like to tell one more thing. The Department of Zoology, Madras Christian College, has an offshore estuarine biological research laboratory at Pulicat, the Tamil Nadu border. And it is now called as Pulicat Estuarine Biological Research Center, wherein we take students there, and all our undergrad and postgrad students, we take them there, and we do a lot of water testing, then biodiversity studies. We also conduct various experiments on the spot. We ask them to identify the mollusks, their birds, whatever they see, and an internal exam is also conducted in such a manner. So every child has to see the lake. That is what our aim is. And we have, our department has also done a lot of research based on that. And many of the NFDB projects for the past 2 years we have been doing. It's mainly on entrepreneurship development and all that. I'll be dealing with that later towards the end of my presentation. So what is wetland biodiversity and ecosystem services? What are we getting from these wetlands? And this is mainly, we need to create an awareness to everyone to conserve and restore the ecosystem. Pulicat Lake, as you know, it is located on the borders. I don't think I have to explain on that. And we have all the organisms, the birds and all which inhabit that particular region. And the wetlands are areas of land that is saturated with water, either permanently or seasonally. And some of the examples of wetlands are marshes, swamps, bogs, floodplains, etc. And it depends on the vegetation that is present. The niche varies. So now biodiversity refers to the variety of different species of plants, animals, and microorganisms that live in an ecosystem or on the earth as a whole. So when we think about organisms, we all think about the ones which we see with our naked eye, but we don't realize that the microorganisms play a vital role in as a decomposer, and they are the ones which contribute to the cycles. So these support ecosystem services, provides habitat for unique as well as threatened species. Now moving on to the ecosystem services provided by wetlands, we find that water filtration, number one is water filtration. When you talk about water filtration, we have a lot of plants growing in the banks of, when you talk about wetland, it can be a swamp, it can be marsh or any area, we find that the water is purified because of the vegetation on top also. Flood control, carbon sequestration. This is very important because even in our campus, now in another 3 years, we are expecting our campus to be carbon neutral, wherein the carbon emission is being absorbed and it is good. And we have a lot of leaf litter and the organic matter that is settling down. All those things attribute to this. Water filtration, purification, all those things happen, and they provide as ecosystem services. And there is one example. Just move on. Habitat provision and biodiversity conservation. When you think about this, provides habitat. Now we are moving on to the devastation that has happened because of anthropogenic practices, and because of that, many species have become threatened. The habitat is lost. So now it has become survival of the fittest. So now what can we do to save the biodiversity? Before that, I'd like to look into the threats to wetland biodiversity, and then we'll move on to that conservation. Now, when you talk about threats, the first one is habitat destruction and degradation. So this may be attributed to few examples like industrial expansion, then encroachment of banks. That is another thing which is happening. Dredging, erosion is another thing that is happening, where Pulicat Lake, it faces a lot of threats, including erosion of the Kartupalli Island. And this could lead to the destruction of the lake's ecosystem. I think in the year 2010, we went on a survey to Kartupalli Island. All of us were taken, they were selected few people, along with experts in botany and zoology professors, we were taken. And we were asked to have a species richness study kind of. So we had to isolate how many spiders are there, how many insects are there, how many insects belonging to different orders, all those we had to segregate. And there were people from the social work background also. They came and they studied about the economic status of the people staying in Pulicat. And when you talk about these things, they're all recorded and documented. And now we find that because of the erosion, that there is habitat destruction taking place. Pollution, number 2 is pollution, wherein the sewage is released. And because of agricultural runoff, all those things happens because of which pollution has occurred. This could definitely damage the ecosystem as well as the organisms living inside. The organisms, when you think, it doesn't mean the birds or the mammals alone. It means even from the microorganisms, the plankton that all the fishes, the organisms feed upon, the shrimps, the prawns, whatever microorganisms, all right from protozoa till mammals. Everything depends on that. And even if there is a slight change in pH, whether it is acidic or alkaline, that also could affect every organism. Climate change is another thing which has occurred globally. But I think now for the past 2 years or so, there is a stable and steady condition in the organism state also. So the climate change could refer to alter in precipitation, increase in temperature, as well as sea level rise. Number 4 is over extraction of water. So this may be because there will be people in any area. You find that there are local people who survive there. Their livelihood is totally dependent on fishing and other aspects around the area, surrounding area. So over extraction also could be a possibility. Invasive species. We have seen about water hyacinth and all those things which really move in and causes a lot of damage. Siltation, that's another thing which degrades the ecosystem. Eutrophication, algae proliferation, and ecological succession which happens. From swamp, it becomes a marsh, then dry woodland. So naturally that wetland ecosystem is totally damaged and just gone. Altered water quality, that is increase in nutrients. More amount of nutrients also is going to cause damage. Organic pollutants and sediments causing turbidity to the water. Now, conservation and management. How are we going to conserve? Protecting and restoring wetland is very important. It is needed to maintain ecosystem services. So what are the ecosystem services? What are you getting from the ecosystem? There are a lot of things which you could get. Even the fishermen folk, when we talk about NFDB projects and all that I was talking to you about, we do a lot of entrepreneurship training for them. We teach them like alternative source of livelihood that we do once in 6 months. We have these courses conducted for them and make them give them training. And in case there are any small government organizations, we also give them the forms to be filled in so that they can fill it and go ahead. We also teach them poultry keeping, because in case of any adverse effects like floods or tsunami or anything, they should not be going, they cannot go for fishing or anything. So that is a time when they also have to look out for their livelihood. So women folk there are trained in post-harvest technology. That is the fish or the shrimps that they collect, they can dry it up to have dried fish or pickling and or other dishes. All those things are being trained. And especially the mollusk shells and all which are there, we also ask them, we train them to make jewelry making and all that, those things we do. Then poultry keeping is one which we teach them. Crab fattening, there are crab fattening units in Pulicat, so that's being done. And there is a small unit called as a Palmyra development unit. So they teach the people how to make things out of Palmyra leaves. And
Only 2 minutes left.
a lot of artifacts also I finished. Okay, so those things we can use for conservation. And wetland restoration. So this is the hottest topic these days. And in our department we have framed a curriculum based on this. And we have the paper on restoration ecology for the postgrad students. Wetland restoration is a process of returning or degraded or destroyed wetland into its natural state. So restoration of mangroves and all. Now coming on to community-based conservation, this is one thing which we can definitely do among the people in the local area. We have a system called Padu. This is the traditional system of fishing in Pulicat, wherein the exclusive fishing, there is a different communities, they are called as the Kupams. And these people, they have certain time in which they can have the catch. One community might be having for a long time, and the duration would change. And they would do that. There will be temples, there will be local areas where cleaning has to be taken up. Everything is done by these Kupams. So there is community involvement in conservation. And a few examples are community managed protected areas, community based ecotourism, and community led restoration projects. We do have the catamarans and the boats which take them on trips up to the mouth area or various other places to see to enjoy nature. People who really like to enjoy nature, they come on this, and the ecotourism is now promoted in these areas. And of course we know that India is a mega diverse nation, and based on that we are rich in our resources. And economic benefits, I think I'll skip. And the international corporations are also involved, like Ramsar Convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, which mainly refers to conservation of biological diversity, sustainability of the components, and fair and equitable sharing of resources by the utilization of natural resources. And future directions are focused on addressing the drivers of wetland loss and degrading and promoting sustainable livelihoods. And my advice is to, as individuals, it is our duty to work together to protect, conserve, and to restore our wetlands which support our biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So, if there are any questions, I think I will be very happy to answer. Yes.
Is that the crab fattening is a successful model in Pulicat? Still practicing?
It is successful to a certain extent. Actually, we started, but the problem with our lab is we are all into teaching. So we need one particular person to stay there and do it, so that he would be a trainer for us. So the distance between Tambram and Pulicat is the major problem. Wherein research students also find it very difficult commuting. But we have a lab now which is well established, and they stay there and they do it. We do have a lot of farms nearby which do fattening. Yes.
Actually, the green mussels you used to fat the crabs.
So I'm not into crab fattening. So.
Jayaraman was there, he was working on that.
Okay.
MIOT Jayaraman.
Okay, okay.
Doing fattening and all.
Thank you for the information, sir.
Crabs feed on muscles, sir. Crabs, they feed on muscles. Crabs.
Green muscles.
Yeah, green mussel and even charm mussel. We have tried with charm mussel also. These mud crabs feed on even charm mussel.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, a small suggestion.
Yeah.
I think you can take to support of Tamil Nadu Fisheries Department. You can address a letter regarding this crab fattening or whatever the support you are giving to the fisherman community. And thereafter they will also put a hand thereby you can give some support. And the
Okay.
department also will usually do that because it is your side activity. Mainly you go with the students training and teaching research.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Maybe I'll get in touch with you so that I can get the details.
It's a women empowerment practice. It's already somewhat affected. But presently, because of the river mouth close, water extent is not to the sufficient level. They are not that. One point here, I'm Dr. Kripa from NIOD. After 2004 tsunami, the Tamil Nadu government they have requested NIOD to put some crab cages for fattening, crab and lobster. But the thing is that when we set up everything, poaching took place. All the crabs were stolen and then even the fishermen were not interested. So that psychological the problem was there because they are not cooperative fishermen. So even though we put up a lot of effort, like we also come from that South Chennai part only, but every morning we used to travel at around 3:30, 4 o'clock from our home to reach Pulicat. And at 3 o'clock they used to run away, literally, fishermen, because they are not interested. And after when the crop was at certain ready for harvest, means we don't know who to get actually. So it happens because there is no watch and word there. So that also is important. Cooperation from fishermen society.
Thank you. So
Thank you, sir. I thank the authorities for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, so the next presentation is from Dr. Harini Santhanam, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Public Policy. So I think she will come here and present about the understanding the different dimensions of ecosystem services of Pulicat Lagoon and their connection to SDG 14 goals. Yeah, please.
A very good afternoon to everyone. While the presentation is being set up, I take a moment to introduce myself to you. I'm really very grateful to be here. I'd like to introduce myself as a Pulicat lover first and a researcher who's been with Pulicat and started my career as a researcher at Pulicat as a PhD student way back in 2004. And Pulicat has been my research home from then on. Today I'm Harini Santhanam. I'm an associate professor and I'm HOD of the Department of Public Policy at Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Really grateful that such an event is happening because when we, all of us share the passion of looking at Pulicat in very different perspectives from the disciplines that we bring together, but it's not very often that we come together as a community of researchers and learners and practitioners about how we learn about Pulicat system. So really great that this opportunity existed for me today to start by understanding the different dimensions of ecosystem services of Pulicat Lagoon and also attesting its role in connecting with what we call as Sustainable Development Goals 14. Mahatma Gandhi said, Earth has enough, provides enough to satisfy everybody, every man's needs, but not enough to satisfy every man's greed. So we can actually replace this with Pulicat, Earth with Pulicat, and see how much we have actually, the wealth that we take from Pulicat. And a lot of researchers here and those who, the distinguished people who have spoken before me, they have pointed out very well how important a wealth this Pulicat system is. So just to begin with, I'd like to introduce some of the fields of work that I engage in. I purposely didn't put the pictures of my research team here. I work with a group of 4 or 5 PhD students, one of them who is a part-time researcher. But we all look at aspects related to coastal lagoons, biogeochemistry, socio-ecology of forests. We also look at nature-based solutions quite a bit. We look at blue-green infrastructure development in the country with respect to the natural environments that we are accustomed to and we are part of. And we are also looking at coastal zone regulation and aspects related to policies and policy management, and finally technology foresighting for what can build as a very strong ecosystem. The Pulicat Flamingo takes the center stage, and that's why we are here on the Flamingo Festival. So moving on, I just want to start with a discourse on what constitutes the different dimensions of ecosystem services. The speaker before me very nicely pointed out what ecosystem services means and is the benefit that we derive as humans from the ecosystem. We have 4 basic different ecosystem services we rely on, which is called a provisioning ecosystem, a regulatory ecosystem, a supportive ecosystem and service, and cultural ecosystem services. So provisioning is something that's very basic that an ecosystem provides as a service. It can be in form of food, it can be in form of water, and all the basic provisioning that we require. Whereas regulatory takes a different dimension altogether. It's something that actually enhances or influences the climate or the weather conditions around a region, and that actually regulates how the lives surrounding this ecosystem and in the ecosystem function. So that's something that's very much essential. Apart from the provisioning ecosystem services, we are very well aware of. And then there's the next bucket, which is called the supporting ecosystem service, which actually supports both the regulatory and the provisioning ecosystem services. And finally, the one ecosystem service that we don't think about actually is the cultural ecosystem service, and that's where it binds the livelihoods that are dependent on an ecosystem with what the ecosystem characteristics are and how we use the ecosystem together. So after looking at all these 4 different buckets, it is very important for us to understand if we want to have an assessment of ecosystem services, which is very essential if we want to manage any natural resources. We have to look at first thing, what is the delivery of the system with respect to the current scenario. That is the first and foremost dimension we should think of. Whereas the ecosystem may have undergone changes over a period of time, there is actually a dynamicity that is there, which is evident in the way that the ecosystem has functioned over time, and things may have changed, but the delivery of the services are also prone to change, and that has to be acknowledged. Second thing are the factors that contribute to the environmental stress and the factors that can drive an ecosystem to collapse, and these are actually anticipatory in nature in some ways also, because we have to think from now on how are we impacting, how the service delivery aspect is taken forth. And the third is review of what policies are there in existence right now which help in conservation of these systems. And the fourth dimension is possibly the other areas of resource management we haven't thought about. And from that lens, if we see, what we come up with are a set of problems that are globally in today's time defined as what we call wicked problems. And wicked problems are those problems which are not very straightforward. We don't know what the solution is for. Time and again, many of us have reiterated, say siltation or problems that we associate with the lagoon, and we yet don't know where we are going wrong. Yeah, so what can be done is not yet evident to us. And these problems actually constitute major of the wicked problem scenarios that the Indian coast faces. And some of these I have given here. But the dimension again is that there is no stopping rule that we have or which we apply to these wicked problems. And because of that, there is no immediate or no ultimate test of a solution that is available to us. And this in fact leads to a no defined set of permissible operations that leads to how we manage the ecosystem services in general. So when we look at it, I'm going to take 3 cases and study these with you to understand why these wicked problems arise with respect to ecosystem services and how we can actually understand this a little better. And the first one is salinity management. And taking Pulicat as an example, we can see that the lack of data poor or misrepresented data on the statuses of the marine natural resources is something that strikes us first. The very first thing is some of us define Pulicat as a lagoon, some of us call it a lake. What is it? So there is no actually ultimate definition there itself. But what Pulicat is ecologically is an intermittently open and closed lagoon system, which is actually globally defined as a system which gets choked at some points and it is actually open at some points. So this is a naturally available status of a lagoon, coastal lagoon, and we have to understand and put it under that perspective first if we want to understand the salinity changes that is evident there. Second is the case when these changes of the ecosystem properties are not very well understood in terms of the policies. Here is where the coastal regulation zone becomes operational. So where is the CRZ? Is it at 500 meters or is it at 100 meters or is it 50 meters? Well, we know that there is an official definition to it, but as we see functionally, there's no functional definition, and some of the studies here highlighted why the high tide line is not yet well defined and how that actually affects the ecosystem characteristics quite a bit. And that is something that is very pertaining to the complexity of the governance and how we will achieve sustainability goals with respect to this ecosystem. And the third case is how we actually functionalize it in terms of what we call aspirational blocks or districts program that India has in the form of Niti Aayog versus what are the global goals that are there in terms of what we call sustainable development goals. So moving on, three different objectives. The first objective was to explore the ecosystem services and their dimensions in detail. Second is to study the nature, the intensity and the magnitude of the wicked problems in the ecosystem services delivery. And the third is to determine a possible framework of setting goals that will alleviate this situation. And I want to first stress upon the point that we have to recognize Pulicat is a multi-environmental system. Each of us look at it in a different way. It's very much like the elephant story where some of them looked at the hand, the legs, some of them looked at the tail, some of them looked at the trunk, and each came up with their own idea of what it is. So that means if we see Pulicat, as I have known, is a very much a multi-environmental system. Its ecosystem services are also distributed because of this multi-environmentalism. And so the multiplicity of the functions and unique ecotonal quality that actually portrays the continuum that Dr. Yash was talking about earlier, a continuity between the land, the sea and what is there as a lagoon. So that interconnectedness is very evident in the system, and there are very important habitats and very different kinds of habitats that are there. There are which actually have some resident species and some migratory species. That's the very essence of the Flamingo Festival we are here. And if you see, so are the challenges that multiply. And one thing I want to focus your attention on is the urbanization that the lake has taken up over the period in time. And that is actually cause of many different changes in a very short period of time that we are looking forward to. And if you see, there is a timeline to all this. Starting with its very rich history, where it's reported very well on the sea transgression, regression, post the Holocene. If you come towards the 1900s, we see that Pulicat was established as an oyster farm back then, and there are lots of publications which look at how important the system was to actually cultivate oysters then, edible oysters. And moving on, what we see is that it has developed over the period of time as a center of fishing and as center of biodiversity, especially in terms of bird diversity. And beyond that, what has remained and is ongoing is the urbanization that the lake has undergone over the years. That remains to be seen, and we are experiencing this before our eyes right now. So what I'm trying to impress is there is contestation of the spaces, yes, but there is also uncertainty in how these ecosystem delivery lead to provisioning and regulatory ecosystem services being established in the lagoon in the current phase. So looking at that, first there is an environmental dimension which actually looks at urbanization, which tells us that there is a lack of policies on safe coastal urbanization, and this is something that we have to evolve as a community with so much of knowledge output that we have brought on Pulicat. I think it is very important that we establish a stopping rule first. Stopping rule on what? On the extent or the rate of urbanization that the lagoon can take. And if you see, I just want to show you how the depth changes and the tidal influences are very much related to the choking or the open conditions of the lake. And here is where dredging becomes very, very important. And it's very vital that we recognize at this current scenario why dredging is very important. And on the other side, you can see actually the multi-environmental nature I was talking about. The south sector is one environment, central one environment. Yes, thank you. And the north and the east, northeast and northwest are different environments. So when we have this kind of awareness about the lagoon, we also see it is linked to the salinity variations over time, and salinity only builds up and becomes hypersaline because of the residual salinity that exists in the northern portion if the mouths are not open. So that is one very important thing. It suggests that the magnitude of dilution has increased over the years, and this is one of the studies that we did. Moving very soon, as I mentioned earlier, in 2015 there was about 60% desalination that the lake experienced because of the flood event, and this was something that was very, very rare for Pulicat. And this is something that actually could have destroyed the lake, but it did not. That means there is a resilience that the lagoon has within itself, and it has actually come back to the normal brackish water salinities in just 2 years' time. The ecological dimension says that the temporality of the efforts that we are making has also to be examined in terms of the fishing that is being done. There is currently the importance of fishing there, but also excessive fishing and shell mining that is impacting the ecosystem. And I am just going to show you some of the estimates. I am not going to read out. Let us actually together as focused on the type and the level of management of ecosystem services mentioned here. This is part of my publication on ecosystem services of Pulicat Lagoon. If you see, there are just tremendous actually values that are associated with each of the ecosystem services mentioned here. It can be provisioning or regulatory, but the level of management you can see is somewhere between satisfactory and unmanaged. That's what most of the times we end up seeing. So we have to first recognize these different ecosystem services that are there. One very important thing that ISRO has given us in terms of SHAR is the scientific exploration of the environment. How many of us would consider this as a supportive or a cultural ecosystem service? And it's on a very satisfactory scale rather. So there's something that has added to the value of the ecosystem services for Pulicat that has to be actually taken forward. And there's a concept of engineering tourism that is very unique to Nellore district, and that is not present in any other district, and that's something that is very satisfactory also, but the value for that is not yet calculated. So that's something that can work in favor of the conservation efforts that we take for the Pulicat Lagoon. And moving forward, I'm just going to show you that it's, yes, thank you so much. Sorry about taking some more few minutes, but just to stress on the magnitude of these values, we can't even imagine what the value is, right? It's so huge. So considering this, we actually look at the social dimension, where there's a problem of rights, territories and boundaries associated with it. Moving forward, I would actually talk about some negative social ecological impacts which have no true solution. One is how we perceive the blue carbon ecosystems around Pulicat. So there is a tripartite aspect to the wicked problems that are there. So moving on, there are policy and implementation gaps that are evident, and we also have to look at some of the ecosystems specifically as seagrass meadows in Pulicat, which are actually unknown. We don't even study about them. So on a long-term basis, policy has to actually recognize the close developmental links that it has to ecology and development of the region, and estimation of the disservices of aspects such as floods, for example, or urbanization, that also has to be quantified. So that makes this wicked problem based policy framework very, very essential to move on, and that actually connects us to the SDGs. And that is why coastal policies should be very, very contextualized and very special to the ecosystem that we are studying. And if we go by the principles of cooperative federalism and the competitive federalism that Niti Aayog goes along with, we also have to establish that while there are very good indices to determine the success of SDGs for other indicators, those for SDG 14 are always underreported or not reported. And having had these issues take front stage, we have to have a national outlook on the policy coherence, which is the need for the hour, and also bring solutions which are integrated across other SDGs as well. So I can leave this discussion rolling with actually looking at a creative or an analytical or an emancipatory tool which we can develop for Pulicat as something that's actionable. And with this, I'm sorry, I just have one actionable goal setting slide that I would like to bring to your attention, which actually stresses on periodic assessments of the ecosystem services and its characteristics. Categorization, that is very important. Valuation is most important, and assessment of the impacts of climate change in the evolving scenario of today, that is most important. With these, we can actually come to the conclusion that contextualization, agreements, social agreements to resolve issues, and the research that supports such a presentation of the wicked problem and its solution, and finally very strong governance and policy change to promote this becomes something that's very, very important for Pulicat moving forward. Thank you all for this, listening to my talk, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. Apologize for the extra time taken. Thank you.
No problem, ma'am. Such a great presentation. So now, if there are any questions from the audience. If they, yeah.
Would like to understand how the estimates of ecosystem services come about broadly.
Yeah, so what method we employed was, there are different methods to do ecosystem services assessment. One of the methods is something we call as willingness to pay. There are other ways to also measure this. For example, what is the cost of restoration if a system is lost beyond a certain point in time or damaged beyond a certain point in time? So what we took was, we actually went to the community, spoke to them, and how willing they were to pay if the ecosystem services degraded. So that was the way, that's the method that we followed for the services assessment.
So you told that you have studied the policies, right, on that. So when you are looking from different departments' perspective, the policies, the approach is very different. So how do you see, like, because it could be like a lot of conflicts within the policies you have seen, like if you could shed some light on that.
Absolutely. What you're saying is a very, very normative and a practical aspect of this issue. But how we can deal with this in a very systematic way is, first we have to establish ground or evidences for where we are not aligning, right? So to do that, we have to have data. So for example, if there is some need which has not been addressed from an ecosystem services perspective, that takes priority over others. And having that established evidences in support of that, we can actually push agencies to look closely and come together as stakeholders to achieve this. I know it's a very difficult thing to do or establish or achieve, but it's not impossible. And we will definitely be able to do it if we bring the right evidences to the table.
Great presentation. I would like to understand, there is always a trade-off between one service versus other service. So do you want to comment on what the disservice that you could quantify and at what scale, at local scale or the regional scale?
Yes. So the disservice I mentioned is from an ecosystem perspective again. Are there, for example, any disservices that Pulicat does to humans, right? One big disservice could be floods. And for all that we know, floods leading to desalination, as I mentioned, could be something that is contextualized to a brackish water lagoon. In that case, if we let this go beyond a certain point, we are going to lose the fish stocks that are there, and it is going to inconvenience the entire fishing community that relies on Pulicat as a center of economy. So if we quantify how much of this disservice can render human livelihoods obsolete or even reduce the effectiveness of the livelihoods program that are there, then we can tell the administrators that we need to reduce on these disservices. So what can we do? What policies can be framed to that? That whenever it comes to a question of local economy, it becomes very, very important and the most important rather. So we have to actually look at disservices also, not just about the services that the lagoon offers. So that's what I meant by disservice.
Thank you, ma'am,
Thanks so much.
for such a wonderful presentation. Now, the next presentation is from Dr. T. Velumani. He is a project scientist from BOBP IGO, and he will be presenting on ecological services of the Pulicat Lake.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. I think both the speaker earlier, they made my job very easy. So, So just give a little bit ecosystem services, why the evaluation assessment all overall year it's evolved. We know the common tragedy of resources, open resources. So once the resource is available for open everyone, it is the individual who kind of tend to maximize the resource as much as possible. It leads to kind of over exploitation of those resources, and at the final stage it will be in a vulnerable stage too, because it requires a lot of effort to kind of revive that particular stage. So that's how we evolved to, if it is a natural resource like sea, open sea, lakes and forest, everything. So since it is all open to everyone try to maximize their kind of profit, so again it degrades. So once we put a value to the particular resources, then there is a kind of effort to conserve, there is a value for that. The over acquiring for resources, they have to pay something for it. So that's how the methodological law evolved over there. Still it is evolving the stage. So my topic is ecosystem service of Pulicat Lake. So I am Dr. Velumani. I am from BOBP IGO. It is a Bay Bengal program intergovernmental organization. So just to give a brief about, we closely work with 4 countries: Bangladesh, Maldives, Sri Lanka, India. It is a regional fisheries advisory bodies. We kind of do capacity building and kind of policy suggestion to these countries. So if you look at this, even last speaker also, they said that methodological, it is a kind of evolving. So we cannot stick into the whatever assessment which is made in 1960, that the methodological development is still evolving. So what are the present problem in the methodological? There is a need for standard methodology. So some of the methodology developed, it doesn't include the climate and human impacts, and some of these not identify who are the benefit, and also there is no spatial definition among these methodologies. So from our project, we try to identify, kind of develop a methodological framework. What we have done a kind of exhaustive literature review, identify what are the ecosystem services for the different kind of lagoon, open sea and also lake region. So we kind of commonly identify what are the services available, and we try to compile all the services, and we have done an expert opinion. So we kind of involved both national and international expert, kind of consolidated with them and identified, okay, these are the major services under different component and dimension in the framework development. So based on that, we have developed there are 3 major dimensions. It is a provisioning, regulating and cultural. Under each dimension you can see it is specifically for fisheries and fish as a one ecosystem services and aquaculture. Now people are doing cage culture in the open sea and also lakes also, and crab fattening, whatever happening, it is all aquaculture comes from these open areas. So that's how fish aquaculture, shell collection, seaweed, seagrass, water for non-drinking kind of aquaculture. Again, the water used for shrimp farming, it has been taken from this lake or reservoir and it used for the shrimp farming and freshwater aquaculture. And also pharmaceuticals and sand and minerals. And regulating, if you look at carbon sequestration, erosion control, storm protection, flood protection, maintenance of nursery habitat, mediation of waste and toxins. If you look at cultural, there are 3 services like activities, basically recreation and tourism, and also spiritual aesthetic value, and education and training. So these are the methodology kind of what valuation method we can use. So in the individual services we identified different kind of evaluation kind of economically how do we evaluate. These are the valuation method we identified. So to pilot this, Pulicat being a one field site for us, we have done a kind of data collection for this site. So we have done a primary household survey also and key informants interview, focus group discussion among these villages, and we also interacted with the department fisheries. We do collected some of the data from department fisheries and forest department, other BO office in the villages. So the first service is, we are in a process stage of project, so I will be presenting few services evaluation. So we have done a fish capture survey. So fish being a major resource comes from the Pulicat lake. Around 66 villages are located in the periphery of this lake, depend on the fishing for this lake. And if you look at the major fish species, mullet being one major, and also the shrimps, Penaeus indicus being another major species. So many of you know the stagnant fishery. It is a unique practice in the Pulicat lake where powder system is there. The earlier speaker also indicated. There are 12 villages who depend on this powder system. They kind of arrangement, this community arrangement. They do fishing within 15 days. Reoccurrence in the particular area. So there are 12 villages depend on this powder fishing villages. Around 66 villages depend on this lake as a lagoon. So we collected data from department fisheries. So now department fisheries has a Sagar Mitras in each village. So they do go and collect each day landing site, how many boats are coming, what is the species coming in the each boat, what is the kg also they do collect. So we use this data for evaluating this. So it comes around, for example, if you look at sea going villages, it comes around 247 crore, and lake going village it comes 445 crores, and total it is 693 crores. It comes as a total value. But again, we did not deduct around 60% of amount it goes for fishing cost. They invest in boat, gear, other labor charges also there. So this also can be deducted. The another service, the provision water for aquaculture. If you look at in around the Pulicat lake, some of them indicated in Godavari river, even Koringa also there are shrimp farming. Similarly, if you look at Pulicat, in around the Pulicat there are many shrimp farms available, but they take directly water from this lake for aquaculture purpose. They mainly cultivate this Wanami shrimp, and it is having export value, fetch high price in export market. So we calculated kind of how much water they draw from. So they do 2 culture per year, and how much per hectare, how much water they use, what is the tap recharge rate, everything we calculated, and we kept as a 2 rupee per liter. And when it comes out 1,926 crore for this 1 year culture period, they use this total farms. The another one, the recreation and tourism. Pulicat being a major tourist attract place, so they have a boat trading, and fishermen they themselves cook and give delicious food, everything. So it attracts a lot of people from Chennai and other regions. They come and to kind of enjoy. So it is adding more value for the rural, means the fishing communities, because they act as a boatman and they earn income. So it comes around 1.18 crore. So this is for per year we calculated. Similarly, we have done for spiritual aesthetic value. So this is basically the willingness to pay. So for as a tourist, as a fisher, as a community member, if I want to restore this lake, because we know that the lake is degrading because of multiple reasons. So if I want to restore, how much would be able to contribute? So we asked this question to both the tourist and also fishing community. So they would like to contribute. So we observed like tourists, they would like to contribute 500 to 1,000 rupee per individual. Similarly, fishers 500 rupee to 600 rupee they want to contribute. It comes under around 66 lakhs for the restoring the lakes. I think the major issues I highlighted it's been there in the agenda also. Many of them would be presenting, many of them are highlighted. So again, if you look at, because we have interacted with fishers, they were saying that the major issues like the barmouth closures, so this being a major issue, it is affecting them to go fishing because they have to cross the barmouth. For many of the seagoing fishers, they have to go via that barmouth. So once it is closed, they could not able to go fishing, they won't go for fishing. Those problems are there. Another one, this charm muscle, earlier also we discussed. One thing, what we are observing, earlier it was there only in Ennore, but now it is slowly moving to the Pulicat region also. So what they say, because it spread like carpet, the shrimp fishery being a major thing, the shrimp could not able to grass and breed everything. That even the shrimp production has been reduced over the years. So this is what the fishers say. So that is one major problem is happening, and another, the fish production has been reduced over the years. Majorly, the fishing community population also increasing. That is also another pressure, and also income also because of this biological other invasion also it is affecting. The another important issue what we are observing, we know this community managed powder system, it is having kind of problem now. So now what is happening, the sea-going fishes are not able to catch in the shore area because of the trawler intrusion happen from these Chennai trawlers. They come and harvest in the shore area because there is a rule you should not operate within 5 nautical miles, but still they come and operate. So the sea-going fishes, they come and fish in lake. So that kind of create a problem with this powder system that our villages are dependent, and also the sea-going fishes. So that is one problem is now happening.
Only 2 minutes left.
Yeah. So as I said, this the study is conducted as part of ongoing major project. So ecosystem assessment of ecosystem-based services critical habitats along the east coast of India. So this is a NCCR funded project. So we are on the way in the we are in the midway of the project. So we would like to do kind of more data collection and complete the study. Yeah. So I would like to thank organizer and also my project team for supporting, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. And he just informed us that he will be coming over here yesterday. So thanks for coming in such a short notice.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, please let us know if there are any questions from the audience.
Thanks, Dr. William.
Yeah.
So my question is with regard to willingness to pay metric.
Yeah.
So could you please comment on the efficacy of this metric, because the willingness depends on what a person can pay rather than what he or she may think that you need to pay, right?
Right.
So what is the value that we are deriving from this metric, and are there any alternate metrics to know the actual value? Because I may want to contribute to, let's say, a cancer patient and get operation fees, but I may be able to only shell out 100 rupees. So,
Right.
but that does not mean that 100 rupees will cure, right? So that's I wanted to understand.
That is right. Even the authenticity of, probably if I will say I'm giving 1,000 rupees, probably tomorrow if I come and ask me, I may not able to give. So even the criteria we kept to, because we mostly ask the tourists, because many of them they are kind of more than 2-3 times, or many of them 20-30 times who are coming for the Pulicat, mainly boat riding, because they want to kind of enjoy these things. So when we ask, we quoted there is a different degrading process happening in the lake. So when we explain about that, so for them it is a kind of, they said it is a small money we can able to contribute, since it is efficiently utilize that money, it can be kind of repaired and renovated, so it can be more efficient. So that's how they felt. But again, I agree with you. So most of the time, it is a kind of not binary thing, right? So if I give you means I'm not able to give you right now itself. So yeah.
What other metrics can we use?
I think we have not explored that, so we have taken this. Yes.
Actually, just to add to answer your question, it would be good to establish a baseline market prices, give an idea. So if we establish a baseline for each of those services, that's what we did when we talked to them. Then you have a realistic range within which they can answer this, and that somewhat actually accounts for reliability of the willingness to pay. It's not like they just think of some figure and then, give a figure that comes to their mind. So baseline setting exercise actually helps in this process. But also the replacement cost, what would be the replacement cost, the idea of replacement costs, if we introduce that to them, then again they become realistic and how much they are willing to pay. It may not be like they are willing to pay for all that's damaged or all that's lost. So that becomes evident, and these surveys actually help in us to understand also what could be a possible range that exists.
So if there are any more questions from the audience.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah. So this short session on ecological services of the Pulicat Lake is now over. So the next session, that is hydrology of Pulicat Lake, that will be started. And I would like to call the first speaker for that, Dr. Anika Kera. And she will be talking on hydrodynamics and biogeochemistry of the Pulicat. Please.
Good afternoon. As the presentation gets loaded, I'm Anita. I'm right now working at National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. But the presentation that I'm making will be the work that I carried out at National Center for Coastal Research, both on sister organizations from Ministry of Earth Sciences. So this is a collective work of a team, entire team. So this is a work of an entire team. There are almost like 10 members, two biologists, to a couple of biologists, a couple of chemistry people, environmental people, then physics, then modelers. I'm basically a modeler, and my basic area is physics. So I was heading this team, so on behalf of the entire team, I sincere thanks to all my colleagues. So this we have carried out as part of the ministry's work. We have carried out throughout 1 year or more than a year, the entire lagoon or the entire lake we have carried out. So this is the Pulicat Lake. So the entire lake, we have divided it into, we have made a plan. We have divided it into different sections, and each month we have carried out this entire physical, biological, chemical, entire series of all observations that we have done every month periodically for more than a year. So I will be presenting on most of it. So this is the outline of my presentation. So one is the salinity, then thermodynamics, hydrodynamics, then biogeochemistry. Then lastly, so this is my entire team. So first, initially, this is the entire Pulicat lagoon. Based on the entire salinity measurements that we have made, one thing that we have come out with is it's just not a saline or a brackish lagoon. It was first time we have seen, this is the, if we go back, this is the lagoon. There are different depths. Here it's very deep, this is the depth of it, bathymetry of it. So here it's deep and it's shallow. Now it's connected to the Bay of Bengal at 3 inlets. The middle inlet, the north one and the south one. If you look at the freshwater systems feeding into it, there are 3 rivers. Kalangi, here there is the Swarnamukhi, and then there is the Ani. So this makes the basis for that. And so when we look at it, what we have seen is extreme salinities. Extreme means like it went up to 190, especially at the middle end. So till then it was not reported so far that such high salinities were there. And there were other things very interesting which are called medomixes and heliothermic. I'll come to that. So before that, so these salinities were ranging here around the western part of the lake. It was going up to 60, 59 PSU. So we have done through both the probe, the titrations, as well as CTD measurements. All the three measurements showed similar variation. So this was something very crucial. So when we looked at the wet season, the September to December, the lake is very fresh. It's going to 0 PSU. But here it's going to. So how would the biota there adjust to such rapid changes? So we thought there should be some extremophiles should be there. So their physiology, their biology, everything should be able to adjust or adapt to such rapidly changing conditions. So this is one major result that we have seen. So what is governing the temperature, and when we look at it, mostly this is an endoeric system. So when we look at this other system, earlier there was a comment about the Buckingham Canal. The Buckingham Canal was closed, completely silted, and there's nothing input or output. It's almost like sedimented and completely closed. So unless it is done at a very large scale, nothing can be done with it. So it's completely closed. So only the system can either, the middle inlet is mostly 90% of the time closed. If you come to the south inlet, 6 months it is open, 6 months it's closed. So it's mostly governed one-dimensionally through solar fluxes or rain, evaporation minus precipitation. So evaporation is exceeding here, there is no precipitation. As it was suggested, like when there is an extreme rainfall, only during that season. But what is the plasticity? What is the reversible condition? It immediately comes back because evaporation is more. So it immediately reverts back to its hypersaline state. So especially in these western parts, it's very hypersaline. So when we look at the thermodynamics, here again the temperature changes. From summer, in 1 year, the temperature changes across to 6 to 8 degrees centigrade, even more. If you look at the middle inlet, it was going to 40 temperature. And then it is 26 during the wet season. So 26 to 40, adjusting is very difficult. Now I have come yesterday from Delhi to here. There it is 6. Now here it is 26. The highest temperature is 16. So I am adjusting within 1 day. To adjust to 10 degrees centigrade is really like, it's okay, but if I stay long here or if I go back there, I'll have 1 week of suffering. So how do the biota adjust to this type of temperature and salinity changes? That was a major impact. So when we made a modeling study to look at how this, put it in equations and see, and saw what is governing it. So when we look at the equations on the graph on the right side, we can clearly see that the advection part, or whatever is coming from, advection part should either come from the sea or from the rivers. Otherwise it should come from the top. So the advection part was completely absent, only present near the south mouth, only for Palavarkadu, only during a few months. So advection is not playing a role at all. So the next thing that we saw was this medomixes. What is this medomixes and what is this heliothermic? So when we look at lakes, what generally happens is they get overturned. Complete mixing is there. This is the one on the right side. So when there is complete mixing, there's a homolytic lake. So all the biota will enjoy all the conditions alike. In an earlier presentation, I have seen that this was the salinity. Someone pointed out that this is the temperature, this is the salinity. But if you look at the profile, you see on the top it is 26 degrees, something like around 30 degrees. But if you go deeper, what we saw was 60 degrees salinity. And the temperature was increasing. Interestingly, temperature is 40 degrees. But physics says that if it is 40 degrees, it expands, the pressure becomes down and then the buoyancy will revert. It should come up. But it's not coming up. There is no stability there. Physically, the stability is reversed. But then when we saw the salinity was also shooting up. So the density changes because of salinity was more impacted. So okay, other than this, what is the impact on the biota? So what happens in such lakes, in some of the regions or the world, what we see is gas gets trapped. That has no connection with the atmosphere. So the biota over here is very less. They are extremophiles. And then they don't have oxygen, which is coming from the atmosphere. So sometimes oxygen gets trapped. In this case, oxygen, if you go, it is supersaturated. That is what is metalimnitic supersaturated oxygen. So in the bottom, at around 2 meters depth, there is high oxygen. So the biota will behave differently. We have to understand these conditions, then only we can. This was reported first time, and such lakes were only 30 all over the world. And none of them were reported from India. From Asia, 9 of them were reported. So this is what is happening. Why is this happening? We have to look. We have only looked at till this part. So this, how does this impact the biota? So when you say somewhere it happened that methane was trapped inside, and there was a cyclone event which churned it, and then there was an earthquake event in some other place where it churned it, and 6,000 people were killed when methane was liberated. But of course, this is not that scale, that big a lake where it is happening, but it can happen. So if there is no oxygen and this gets churned up in very extreme windy conditions, what happens can be a fish kill. Fish kill can happen. So we need to keep constantly monitoring the lake all over. So this is the message that I am sending. So the other thing is, we have compared with all these lakes, and we found this Romania, Australia. There's only 3 lakes which are comparing with this. So what is happening to the microbes in this monolimnium, that is the bottom part where it is not churned. So we also try to look at the bacteria of this. We saw that very high halophils. These are all extrenophiles. So these halophils bacteria were there. Then the pH, if we look at the pH was also interestingly very acidic. It's going pH. On the top it is saline. So it's 8. But if you go bottom levels, it is becoming acidic. So this all impact the biota over there. So we saw that the microbes that are, we sent it to the genomics, and we have seen that the microbes are also sulfate reducing microbes are there. So these are all supporting it. So other than that, we had this modeling experiments that we have conducted. So we have modeled the entire Pulicat lagoon and made many experiments. First we have compared it. This is the model simulated one during the wet season and the dry season. Then it was comparatively very good. Our model results were good. And we tried to make many experiments. So the good thing with modeling is, what we see is, in reality we cannot stop rain, we cannot stop evaporation, we cannot stop. But in a model we can stop the evaporation and see what is happening. We can stop the wind and see what is happening. So these modeling experiments we have conducted. So we have made multiple number of, more than 10 or 15 experiments I'm saying. So the most impacting was, if you take off the evaporation, the red one, the reality is RR. RR is the black one. The reality is RR. But if you take off the evaporation, this is the water area of the lake. So water area of the lake is completely different if you take off the evaporation. So most of the lake is dependent on evaporation. So this is what one of the modeling results tell. So there is no evaporation, there is no run, no river. So many experiments we have conducted, and this is just not a physical model. This is a biogeochemical coupled model. Biogeochemistry is also involved in this. So when we look at the nutrients and the chlorophyll, we can see changes in salinity and chlorophyll also. I would like to show one result. When you close the mouth and open the mouth, and again we have to make different experiments. How do you close the mouth? How much do you dredge the mouth? So we put many experiments, and one of the experiments, if you can clearly see here, on the right side is open mouth or dredged mouth, and on the left side is open mouth, closed one. So we can see the impact on the chlorophyll. So chlorophyll is, you don't see a eutrophic condition when you open the mouth. The important thing here that we have to note is the salinity of the seawater is less than the salinity of when you open it, the salinity comes down. So then we saw till where it is impacting. So many experiments we have conducted, and we saw that it was impacting mostly on the north side and the middle inlet, and in the western, northwestern regions also it was impacting. mouth you have opened, the time for which you have kept the mouth open in the experiment. All this we have to do further more experiments. So this is how and this is nitrate, this is ammonia. So we have entire all biogeochemistry as well. So this is one salinity, one of the results. Here also evaporation is impacting more, that's what the result is. The nitrate, the phosphate. Oh. So this is the thing that I've already told. These are the other modeling experiments we can do. Suppose there is a pollutant here, where will it go? This is a particle tracking sort of an experiment. If there's a pollutant, where will it go? And then yeah, a couple of things. So I like to show these biogeochemistry experiments, incubation experiments also, that what we have done. When we brought samples from the lake and then incubated and made some, what is the methane evolving from it, what is the amount of nitrous oxide coming out. What we found, the major result I will tell, what we found that nitrification is happening in the water column, whereas denitrification and nitrous oxide this lake is behaving like a sink for nitrous oxide. I would like to mention that nitrous oxide is 300 times has more potential than carbon dioxide. And Pulicat is behaving as a sink. That means it is sequestering the nitrous oxide. So this is a major result that we have. And for methane, most of the lakes or most of the wetlands are source only. So here also we found that it is source. This is the amount of thing that we have estimated. So it's like it's helping the greenhouse gases, like it's reducing the greenhouse gases. This is a major result. And of course we have also seen what is helping that in terms of the bacteria. So the bacteria, we have the genes which are responsible for that. Are they present or not? To get an evidence for that we have done. So all the nitrogen cycle microbes are there, they are present there. So this is what we have seen. So then we have also seen what are the benthic fauna that are present. Then we have made indices for that. So if you look at not only the benthic, the mesozooplankton which are present. So entire ecosystem as it is we have seen. So we have seen, what we have seen is finally the ecosystem health is good during the wet period. When the salinity is not, if you can clearly see here, chlorophyll during April and January. Clearly, the April there is a lot of eutrophic conditions here. So similarly, to have a better, I think, this is that. So here we can see the trophic status. Trophic status towards where the salinity is high is poor or eutrophic. But where there is the connection to the inlet, the trophic status and the tricks, everything, all the indices say that where the connection is near the inlet, it's quite good. So we need to have better management. But before that, we need to have a lot of modeling studies which really support it, where it is impacting, how much it impacts. So that's most of the conclusions I have already made. And those are some of the papers that we have published on regarding this. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an excellent presentation. So, if there are any questions from the audience.
Yeah, ma'am, very good presentation. But I want one or two clarification. Regarding salinity, you mentioned about 60 and 180 and that is at which depth and how many locations you observed it?
Yeah, 190
what is the spread area?
Yeah, 190 was in the middle inlet, sir. That is extremely very high. Middle inlet where Nawapet, near Nawapet region. That's not much connected to the lake as it is. But 60 and 59, all those towards the northwestern regions we have.
Most of the at what depth?
Surface to about because that area the lake average depth is
actually
not
from our
1 meter.
is the first report.
That's what
Yeah.
we have already published.
Because what was the spread area? Because it will very seriously affect the
Biodiversity, yes.
the organisms. All that starting from lower trophy or middle
All
trophy, higher trophy, all the fishes and all the organisms it will affect.
It was there during
More than 35 or 38, it will affect the metabolic and physiological aspects. So
But we have collected the
cannot survive it might have been reflected in the fishery landing itself. That is that much effect it will have.
Yes.
So that also 2018 means after that there was no report on the drastic declining in the landing or in anything has not been reported. You should have correlated with the landings also. Otherwise, but in practical, in our experimental also, for climate change mitigation and resilience also, we have done many in ICR, various institutes, we have been doing many experiments. So, at least in 5 to 8 salinity PPT difference also will have a severe impact in both metabolic and physiological. Reproductively very significant, very significant. But at least if that prevailed situation was there for at least 2 months, 3 months, summer period.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely that lower trophy, that is short span fishes, other sardines, mackerels, like that and all that. That landing might have been stopped. That much because their life cycle is short, fecundity is high, smaller size but larger population structure. That is lower trophic fishes. That will have particularly the breeding season is March beginning to May end, that period only. So that breeding cannot resist the deviation beyond 5 to 8 ppm and down.
We have not collected
Again you check it with.
No, it has been checked, sir. It has, because that's why I have emphasized that we have done it with 3 instruments: titration, CGD.
But another thing, the temperature is also.
CGD we have the profile also.
By evaporation also will not have effect below 0.9 meters. So salinity variation will not.
The depth there itself is 1 meter to 1.2 meter. Those regions. They not rest. Yes.
Then also the evaporation effect will not be there beyond 0.9 meters.
There it is mostly. It's not mirror mixes. It's entire lake is shrunk. You have uniform. There
then you should have studied about that upwelling also.
Upwelling, it's already
Only
mixed.
mixing will be there because at least 0.2 meter, 0.3 meter mixing is there means salinity distribution will be
it's
more.
well mixed in that region.
Okay.
Madam, I think Bentham zone, you have told Bentham zone means like how much depth you are considering as Bentham?
I didn't get it.
You told Bentham zone that you have Pulicat Lake Bentham zone in there. But what is the Bentham zone depth?
It is spatially varying.
So what is, because Pulicat Lake depth only 30 centimeter to 2 meter within.
2 meter only.
So there in the Bentham zone?
I'm not sure what.
No, you are telling some Bentham zone something.
Not Bentham zone. We have collected the benthos, benthic biota.
Ma'am, in your expert opinion, would you say that dredging is need of the hour or we can postpone it? Or it will happen naturally?
Dredging is happening anyway. The fishermen keep doing it. They will do it. Whether we do it as a government or not, the fishermen are doing it because they want to. Their boat will not pass. Number one, because of that, 2 times they will do it. It's good to do it, but how deep we do it, even if we do it, it keeps collecting. Sedimentation keeps happening. But we need to do it regularly for that reason, because the natural geomorphology tells that it keeps accumulating. But we should not play with the natural without playing with the natural things. We need to do it carefully, such that the salinity should not exceed. Right now, the salinity of the lake is more than the salinity of the seawater. But
you have the value that you showed above 50 PSU. Normal for seawater is around 34 to 35. For Pulicat Lagoon, typically, what should be the ideal value?
See, we cannot come across with that because there are so many biota starting from birds like flamingos. They are coming for some certain saline resource only. Actually, we cannot decide how. That we have to come across. We come about. Maybe it has to dynamically. It has to change. seasonally. If there is no seasonal change, it becomes stagnant. So that should be maintained. Like right now it is, the ecosystem is maintained with about 40, 30 to 0 during wet season. So if that is maintained, that sort of a seasonal change is maintained, then it should be okay. We should maintain, do some management things like which maintains that seasonality. That is what my opinion.
Regarding the Pulicat Tamil Nadu area, sir, whenever that mouth opening is happening due to natural rain, the diversity and the fishing reserves are all in optimum. The fishermen will expect for the natural growth.
Rest of the question we can have after this session. So, thank you, ma'am. So now I would like to call Dr. Y.S. Rao, Scientist Chief and Head of Environmental Hydrology Division, National Institute of Hydrology, and he will be speaking on forecast-related hydrological patterns in the Pulicat Lake catchment area utilizing CMIP6 data.
Mike.
Good afternoon, all of you. Just since morning, I have been listening various experts' talks. I may be the odd person here. I'm basically a civil engineer and did my master's in hydrology from Center for Water Resources, Anna University. So we have been talking about this particular lake. When organizers asked you about you have to talk on this particular lake alone because this exclusively symposium is meant for this particular purpose. I have been associated some of the regeneration of wetlands in Gujarat, especially summer months. They need a fresh water. Few case studies I have done. Then in Godavari Delta, impact of aquaculture on groundwater salinity, and some mangrove studies, so the hydrological pathways into the Koringa mangroves. So with that background, one of the very interesting point which I came to know just now, the salinity of the Pulicat lake comes in the order of 90, 100 or something like that. That is a very, very unique phenomenon. I never come across this type of data. But certainly, madam, we try to help you. We have a laboratory of nuclear isotopes. Definitely, these samplings are very, very important for us because isotope fingerprints we did our institute all over the India. Various, any water body you name it, we had a fingerprints. This is the unique example for us. If the water body is having this much salinity, what could be the stable isotope composition, whether oxygen or deuterium? So I will be very happy to contribute in that if any, some interested researchers will come forward. We'll work together, especially on that particular issue to address much more effectively. Because as some of the professor rightly said, if it is more than 100, literally nothing, no organism live in that as far as my knowledge goes, but still it is a fact. Madam says already verified by a couple of methods, then still need some more investigations on that. So with that background, so my talk mostly talking about the catchment of the Pulicat area, this particular water body, how a hydrologist look into this type of aspects, any water body for that matter, whether it is a lagoon or reservoir or any artificial or man-made water body. So we are more concerned because everybody is saying that more evaporation is taking place. I didn't see any quantification of the evaporation rate. We measure the rainfall in millimeters, and similarly we also measure the evaporation in millimeters. What is the quantity of evaporation rate is it occurring? I have seen some of the literature, suppose 1000 mm per year. A good rainfall catchment actually, in fact, it is not like 500 or in the Rajasthan and all. this particular catchment is having more than 1000 mm per year, good rainfall. Still, we are not having the inflows to this particular lake. That is very interesting for me to think about whether the drainage pattern of the upstreams are connected or not, those things are disconnected, why the runoff is not joining into the lake. So some of the interesting aspects to be addressed subsequently, if time permits in that. So just I am skipping some of the introductory aspects on that. Mostly my talk is focused only the climate change, how the climate change parameters affect the runoff generation process into that. That is the main focus of this talk. Okay, after hearing that, there were many interesting points and various aspects. For me, very interesting point is that in this Pulicat lake, the annual rainfall is 1000 mm. Why the lake is not getting the runoff, fresh water runoff into the lake? And you researchers also saying that there is no much opening into the ocean also. Where this water is going up? Is it due to the only evaporation or runoff is not coming into that? So we often work on that regeneration of river. So earlier the old people used to say that earlier the river flows very nicely. Nowadays the river is not flowing. What happens? So we work on the models of how to regenerate the river. Then we start working on the geomorphology, first order streams, second order streams. We try to put some instruments, what type of flow is taking place, where is tracking, whether it is recharging or what. Nowadays, most of the people started harvesting water at the various drainage, first order, second order. If those things are very intensified, then you will not get the flow. Where this water is going, if that particular watershed program is not implemented in a proper geological formation, the objective of water storing is groundwater recharge, then it should be pervious. If you want to store a water for utility, it should be impervious. So these things are very, very important what is happening in the upstream of this particular catchment area. So very good information is available on the Ministry of Jal Shakti website, water body inventory, where I have referred for this particular lake that they have given the water levels, bathymetry, and lot many informations about that. They made it a beautiful census. And especially when you talk about water body, the hydrological inputs will be like this. Water balance is the most important aspect. I never seen any paper which talks about the water balance of the lake. That takes care of everything now. Whether it's the flow accumulated in the lake is going as a submarine groundwater discharge to the ocean, we don't know anything. So water balance is a very, very primary aspect which we want to understand about the water dynamics into the particular river. That's what I look into that more in this particular case study. So here water bodies are prone to various activities, especially pollution, over extraction. By this particular topic, climate change is my interest, that how the precipitation pattern changes. As I said, total annual rainfall is 1000 mm. Even 30 years back, now also. Then why flows are not coming? Is there any number of rainy days are decreasing? Or the gap between rainy day to rainy day is increasing? These things are also crucial to understand the runoff process of this particular lake. So I'm not going to go much more about what is the difference between weather and climate and all. So climate change impacts, everybody is talking about this particular aspect to be addressed, especially these type of vulnerable lakes. And especially look at these particular hydrological aspects. An increase in atmospheric water vapor content increases precipitation. Change in precipitation pattern increase the risk of floods and droughts. Change in soil moisture and runoff, implication for agriculture and water supply. So sea level rise increase, like seawater intrusion, coastal problem. Finally, what we do, climate change and the land use change. Both if you integrate, it becomes a hydrological change. So in this particular lake, we have to understand the hydrological processes changes. Hydrological change is very, very important, which I felt personally after hearing so many talks. So these hydrological changes will address some of the issues why the runoff is not coming into the lake. What factors are affecting this type of climate change in general? Solar radiation, closeness to large water bodies, mountain barriers, altitude, ocean temperature and currents, land cover, atmospheric composition. When I was studying just last 1 week, we were able to generate some climatic scenarios of this particular Pulicat lake. Very interesting conclusions I found, because generally towards the sea more rainfall will be there, whereas in this particular lake the upstream is more rainfall is occurring. Historical IMD data is also indicating like that, and the climatic model for next 100 years data also indicating like that. So just I am skipping the background of these climatical models, how these future generations we are getting and all the things. Especially I focused on RCP 8.5 scenario, and this is the most the latest SSP 5 scenarios, which will give you the next 100 years rainfall data, next 100 years temperature data, so that you can study those things and see. Especially as a hydrologist, I am using this data, projected data of next 100 years, how my reservoir inflows are changing, so that I have to change my capacity curves accordingly, whether how much water I want to use for power generation, how much water I have to irrigation supply. If inflows are coming down, then I have to change those things. I have to increase the irrigation efficiency there in the canal command area, because I know that in next 50 years I am not getting the same flow with the same rainfall pattern. So these things are very, very important. Straight away we will go to some scenarios. These scenarios are available in our website, NIH website. If anybody is interested, bias corrected data is available. Next 50 years, 100 years you can download and make use of it for your own studies. Look at this very interesting trend analysis we did for entire East Coast when I was there at Delta Regional Center at Kakinada. Now with a single diagram, I could be able to give you the lot of things in this information. You see the each circle, first circle, annual rainfall, winter rainfall, pre-monsoon, monsoon, post-monsoon, and again all 12 months. You see such a single one diagram which represents what is happening into the rainfall pattern of East Coast of India. Similarly, maximum temperature variations. Similarly, minimum temperature variations. So this will give a fair idea about what is happening in the East Coast of India. So this diagram we prepared based on so many trend analysis, which are all the changes are occurring in all those things, right?
Sir, only 2 minutes.
Yeah. Similarly, we could able to also project historical data 2015 to 2044 and mid-century 2045 to 2074. What could be the scenario in Andhra Pradesh, especially projected rainfall, mean, maximum. These type of things are very, very useful if you want to address any water is, whether in that area any basin is there, any water body is there. So make use of such type of information for us, especially in that. What I did last 1 week, 4 days, I want to share with you, especially what is happening in the Pulicat catchment area. We have seen the entire East Coast, we have seen the AP state, now only talking about Pulicat catchment area. This is the DEM, and these are all the major drainage pattern in this particular basin. And this is the major land use land cover, is April 2024, very latest one. And this is the small methodology which we quickly adopted for this particular case study. We want to study these things, what type of data. First what I did, historical data analysis, 1951 to 2015. Next, land use land cover from 1995 to 2024. And there, future data between around 2004 to end of this century, okay? So these type of scenarios I could able to generate, and these are all my extreme precipitation indices, okay? These 4 indices I could able to generate the maps for this particular Pulicat lake. You can see those maps. And look at this very carefully, this map. consecutive wet days. What do you mean by wet day? According to the Indian Meteorological Department, if per day, if your rainfall is more than 2.5 mm, it is called as a wet day. And international level, they have taken as a 1 mm as the criteria. So that we have adapted quickly. Now we see the variations here. What is happening in this? Highest rainfall is occurring. How many rainfall days? 11 consecutive rainfall days. When it will happen? During monsoon period, you will get the continuous rainfall. Where it is happening? Upstream of the catchment. Then we generally expect that more flow towards the downstream. And we also see the variations, the slope, magnitude of the changes within the basin, how those variability is coming. So we are giving magnitude as well as quantification of the change. Generally in our calculation, whether increasing or decreasing. Somebody asked, increasing means what is the quantity of increasing? Then the sense slope will give the details about it. Okay, quantification of those changes. Similarly, consecutive dry days. That is also very important to understand the runoff process. Similarly, annual contribution from very wet days, mean annual rainfall. Look at this mean annual rainfall here. It is something around 1,279 mm. It is quite good rainfall basin, but still we are struggling with the runoff. So these type of cool days, and this is the usual terminology which can be useful for many purposes, not only for water resource engineers like environmentalists or various people. That night time what is happening due to the temperatures, what is the daytime temperatures. So those type of indices we could able to generate for these things. Now once these maps are available, then make use of it to interpret your own data. There comes very important aspects about these maps. Okay, so if anybody is interested, because this was developed just 1 week back, if anybody is interested, we integrate this data versus other data. Let us see that what is happening in the basin. So these are all some of the scenarios and projected annual minimum temperature 2050 to 2100. You may say that whether it is accurate or not. This is a big question. Predicting next 100 years data is a big challenge for us. So already some bias corrections, those things are taken care about it, and this is the data which internationally accepted more or less. So accuracy wise, okay, we'll take it further investigations. Similarly, land use, land cover changes we did very quickly using Google Earth Engine, and these are all some of the statistics. You can see the 1995 to 2024 water body has been decreased, built up area has been increased. This also matters for us. Why it is so important? Because converting rainfall into runoff, these land use changes are very important. In addition to your soil characteristics and slope of the basin. So with this limited study, I could be able to conclude historical data reveals a significant increase in warm nights and a decrease in cool days. This shift in temperature regimes could profound impacts on the lake's ecosystem, affecting the plant growth, animal behavior. Somebody was talking, more temperature, how it behaves and all those things. So this is up to other people. I did some scenarios from my side, then others should interpret now in different directions. Okay, so I don't want to read much more, but the last point is, more integrated studies are necessary for sustainable development of Pulicat Lake. Some hydrology, some physics, chemistry, and all the people should sit across the table and put our expertise and try to understand what is happening in this particular thing. With this, I will stop it here. These are all some of the references which I did. A similar concept I have implemented in Gujarat wetlands to apprise the authorities to get some inputs to have the summer flows into that. So this is 2 case studies. I think with this I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful and wide presentation. So now, if there are any questions from the audience.
So have you considered the dams and the barrages across the rivers and water bodies and
In this case?
Yeah.
Very few water bodies are there. When you I have not computed any runoff. If I generate runoff processes, definitely the interception, storage structures, everything will be accounted for that. Then only the inflows will reach to the lake. I have not done it in this particular case.
Request you, sir, because sir, actually, if you see the biology of fishes, they for spawning, some of the fishes from sea come to the river mouth towards the river for spawning. So they don't have this freshwater across the river flowing. So that part may be.
Yeah, definitely. We will implement some hydrological models to generate runoff process like SWAT, and so many hydrological models are there.
Biologists, we request you to pour some fresh water into this.
You are right, you are right. I am also morning to evening, I was thinking that this component should be addressed in the same.
Sir, whether we have done any water harvesting structures, whether we have developed in the banks.
Exactly. That will all will come into the, once you start doing water balance, no, catchment water balance, then all will be documented.
Whether we have done anything, sir, whether we have started or whether do we
in this lake, I do not have an idea, an upstream, whether water harvesting structures have started or not. If started, year-wise statistics, whether it increased or decreased. Satellite maps, some extent will help us to delineate the water bodies.
That is the only way to reduce the salt level or salinity level in the water.
Okay.
Within the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
So have you considered the salt water intrusion that's happening into the lagoon from the seaside? Because it's reported in places like Minjur and also documented by CG, Central Groundwater Board. Yeah.
Minjur is the classical example of subsurface seawater intrusion directly linked with your overextraction. Okay. Now BIS is coming out with the guidelines. If any coastal area, somebody want to declare that it is a seawater intruded area, then what could be your logic? Logic would be a EC measurement, TDS, chloride by bicarbonate ratio, or some bromide and boron concentrations. What else we are doing it to declare that? Any decline of water table. This is not enough nowadays. You see the situation is a lagoon. So something more we have to do. So definitely isotopes and geochemistry and this integrated some geophysical resistivity survey to know about the aquifers. That will help us to understand whether seawater intrusions and other those things we can get addressed. Yeah.
Earlier, we did a 1D study using Loy's model, land ocean integration in the coastal zone model.
Yeah.
And we have actually reported the water and salinity flux, but the residual salinity is very high over the period, seasonal periods.
Yes.
So that might affect the hydrology of the lagoon quite a bit. And so that's why I asked if you had considered it as a 3D or at least a 2D
Not yet,
system.
I have not yet studied this basin. Now I found it very interesting a case study for hydrologists to look into its various aspects. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. So now I have one important announcement to make. So as you can see in the provisional agenda as well, the inaugural session, which is supposed to happen earlier, because there are some session is going on parallelly at some different venue. So now it will be over here. So just wait, it will be started. Thank you.
Yusuf.
So very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you very much. On the short notice, I think many of you could make it for the two days symposium here. We did not have a formal inaugural session in the morning. We have another event in the Sri City campus only. That is CSR conclave. That is more important because whatever we are going to discuss today and tomorrow, I expect some concrete long-term proposal will come. So that funding has to be tied up to take up those activities. So graciously from the Sri City side, they have agreed, committed in fact, to give 1 crore rupees per year for the development of Pulicat living houses. We have with us Srinivas Garu, Chairman Sri City. So I request to speak a few words. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Kindly go on the front.
Yes.
So the camera can hear you.
Good afternoon to all of you. And I'm not a scheduled speaker here. Just came here and just met Selvam Garu, and then he said, "No, look, I was here in the morning to meet our professors there." My hobby is nature, and I travel quite a bit to most of the forests in India and abroad, and also within that, birds is the one which I like. And so I keep contributing to the eBird, and I'm also one of the, I would say, in Google Guides, if you know something like level 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, I'm a 9-level guy, so there's only one more level for me to climb there. So fairly active in the nature and geography and all that. I have no social media account. I don't use even also email that much, primarily the phone and the WhatsApp, that's most of the things what I do. But I do like to take the photographs of the birds whenever I see, and just load into the bird kind of thing so that people know that there's something like that they can shoot. So I personally myself, the place where I live in Hyderabad, I observe and take pictures. I have 64 different birds I observed in the city. It's now to come to a place like this, it's very different. And our joint collector, he was asking me, where this idea of Sri City, why this thing coming? I will not take much time, but I'll tell what is related to what we are trying to do here. In 2005, I was in a seminar like this in Stanford University. Very interestingly, sometimes it's all coincidences. Like this is the man who took me there, Raju. Yeah, he's from Silicon Valley there. So he said there is a seminar there today. Motek Singh Alwala is coming, Sheila Dixit is coming, Vinod Khosla is coming. All these people are there. Shri, would you like to come? I said, yeah, let's go there. And the seminar is about urbanization. So how do you do urbanization? China has created 100 new cities. Can India also follow the Chinese mode of creating new greenfield cities, or just the existing cities itself we expand them? Okay. Then we know that existing cities you expand, there are certain issues. There are also benefits because you already have social infrastructure kind of thing. Then some people raise their hands and somebody nodded and say you also do something. The only qualification I had at that time was I was a civil engineer when I went to college. I have 2 degrees in civil engineering, but nothing in IT. But as the fate took me to be running IT companies, so I just began. That's just through experience I went there. But other than I have no formal education in computer science and all that. So we said, okay, we do it kind of thing. Where do you want to do? So finally, first we went to Vizag, and then something there, here and there. Ravi, my business partner here, who's the guy managing director of the Sri City project. So he's from this area. So he was also, just came in from the US just about the time. First I came back in 1990, and he came back in 2001, 2 kind of time. So he said, I'll show you a nice place around here. So he drove me around. He said, can you actually do it here? Yes. So we went to the government, and then how the process started. So from the beginning we said that it's a community, it's not just the factories. that we had that clarity. Then I chose in the map, this is the place we want to do. Number one criteria was it has to be closer to a metropolitan city so that you use the airport that exists and all the other infrastructure, the port, airport, they were very essential for Edinburgh. If you create somewhere else to move the people and economy, creating economy, it's been difficult. So that's number one. Number two, when I looked at the map, and I'm pretty good in map reading, even now, I can just tell many things in the world. On the east side, I saw this nice water body. On the west side, we saw again another hills there. 1 lakh acres of hills on the west side. It's called Nagala Hills. On the east side, we have this, I don't know, I need to calculate about 600 square kilometers of this one. I said we'll choose something in between. So these two, which are national sanctuary or whatever it is, we the human beings can never touch both of them. Hopefully, we don't touch. So that way we have this breathing space forever. That is how this place was chosen. Otherwise, it could be anything. I'm not from this place. I don't know anything about it. So it's primarily done on a map. I chose this place based on the geography of it. Then subsequently, all the processes went on, all that kind of thing. We also took a decision then that we will not do red category industry here. So there was a lot of demand for it, especially pharmaceuticals, a lot of other things. In India, one of the biggest demand is the red category. Because when they are thrown away from Europe and US, and even now China is not doing it, then you send it to third world countries, isn't it? That kind of manufacturing. We said we would not do it, that went into Mumbai. No, not Mumbai, there is 1 year Naidupeta over the name. So, actually that is also in this kind of catchment to some extent, but so we said we will do that. Then we said how do we create the ecosystem. Then we started attracting the universities. How do they come? So we give the land and we give the money. So we did the government job actually being done by us. The Korea University, Mr. Wagul is the founder of this university. They were trying to set it up in Tamil Nadu, and you know that 5-10 years ago there was a government which is very indifferent. I don't want to take the names. And then somebody said that they want something kind of thing. So I brought them in. First Ashoka University was supposed to come here, those of you who know them. And they were not getting permission in Haryana. So by the time we said, okay, we'll set it up here, they got a permission there. So they went to Sonipat. Then came in the first IFMR Business School and the Korea University and so on. Then the government of India wanted to set up IIIT, Indian Institute of Information Technology, and a PPP mode. What it means is government of India will give 50% money, 35% money will come from state government, 15% from the industry partners. So we applied and went through all this process kind of thing. They chose us because nobody was willing to give 15% of the money. Otherwise they wanted it in Vizag, that was a combined state. They wanted it near Hyderabad. They asked some industries, okay, would you like to give the 15% of the money? They did not. So we said we'll give you the land and also give 15% of money. That is how that institution came there. Then few other things like Chinmaya mission, we approached them. Again, same thing. We build. Normally, what we do here is that we build and then donate it to them because these are all non-profit organizations. So we just have to give it to them. So we started creating education. That's very essential for it. Then now slowly we're trying to create all the rest of the ecosystem. As part of it, and not to promote myself here, I just want to tell you that last 25 years I have been involved in creating some institutional things or the other than the business part of it. I was a founding member of IIIT Hyderabad. I was there when the ISB was founded, but that time I didn't have as much money. So I've been one of the longest serving board members of ISB also. Then Public Health University in Hyderabad. Young India University in Telangana, that's for Young India Skill University, we just started recently. So involved is these two and the 4 of them or 6 of them. The 7th one is coming up here, and the name for that is Sri City International University. Okay, so there's been some experience, exposure in different parts of it. And because I've been doing it, then normally the governments will call me and say, "Srini, do this, man, do this kind of thing." So we also create a T-Hub. So basically create institutions We basically run it for a few years, then hand over to the next generation people kind of thing. So these are all institutional things. Everything I said, there's no owner. Many people just find out, these are real public institutions. There's no owner. This Korea University, there's no owner here. Mr. Mogul is no more. Mr. Mogul's family is not even board members here. Okay. Same thing elsewhere also. Where I'm right now, I'm a board member because I'm one of the founding members kind of thing. After I am done, my family members don't get a board seat here. If they do, they give their time and they are talented, they want to do, they may get on their own. It's not, there is nothing with, with a succession from a family kind of thing. We created truly public institutions, which existed in many countries. So in India, we had government of India institutions, state government institutions, and some big family promoted institutions. So now I can see the BNHS is one such thing. There's no owner for that also. So as part of that, now in Sri City, we have many of them now. The first one we started recently is the Tirupati Nature Society. So reason why we've done this one, we could have called anything kind of thing. We said, no, if you just do some big name and all of them, people won't take it seriously. They say, where are you going to do, where you get funding and all that. So we said that what let's do for Tirupati district is one of the very important districts of Andhra Pradesh. And it, as I mentioned, that it has three big important areas. Pulicat is one, Sheshachalam forest area. The third one is the Nagala Hills, which I talked about. We don't talk much about it, but there's a 1 lakh acres of land just next to us, just west of us here. So over a period of time, we just would like to have like a BNHS doing at a country level. At least the Tirupati Nature Society should supplement, complement whatever the forest department is doing. I mean, we can never do what they are doing, but at least wherever there are certain help that they require. So we're not an activist organization. I just want to make it clear thing. We work always with the forest department because that's the only way we can achieve. In all other universities where I'm also the same thing. We work with the government, we work with central government, we work with the state governments. Many governments have changed, but we still continue to work. Here also, after we came here, there are 5 different chief ministers. So we continue to work with them because we're political. None of the people that I know, we just don't get into that. That's the way we can work a little longer. Now coming to what is that like our dream. I mean, I'm talking for myself now, I'm sure the members will say what they want, is that we are taking Pulicat as one of the first things there. One is the bird populations. Every year we would like to do a survey based on scientific methods that are, established scientific methods. The next one is that when you have these three, our district collector was sharing, there are 3 places where the sea mouth, which joins the Pulicat Lake, they're closing in. I see on the Google regularly kind of thing. And that's one of the reasons it's happening is also now I can use my knowledge that I used to work in Silicon Valley for many years there. Because the flow of water that's coming in here, freshwater flow has come down because we built so many dams. Including us here in Sri City, we built a series of check dams kind of thing. So what was the quantity of water that used to come many years ago, that's coming down, the quantity. So maybe that's the reason, one of the reasons I didn't do any scientific studies, I'm just mentioning. Enough push is not coming from during rainy season, so it washes away these sand banks that gets created kind of thing. So in the absence of that, the sandbanks are getting formed every day, they're closing it. So we need to dredge them. So it's not that we have money to dredge, but we have to work with the government to make that thing happen. Minister of, MOEF has a lot of money because all the money that we pay for every building you construct in this country, you have to pay a fee for them. So that money is accumulating there, so we have to work with them, take their help, trying to do that. That's the second one. The third is that we have to ensure that the fishing is another one which is a very use modern techniques to kind of clean up the stuff. So if we can find alternative jobs for the fishermen, so I was told that there are 10,000 of them. Can we reduce it to 5,000? Okay. These are the things that all you, the scientists and people who have been very active here, should look into each of these, and I'll be very happy to the extent that I can. My involvement here is a personal involvement. There's nothing to do with Sri City. Sri City has its own shareholders and all. Yes, I'm a major shareholder, but there are other people. So so that I get involved in these things. All the things I mentioned, most of them at a personal level, nothing to do with this one. So we would like to pick up that and see how to, this is something, all of us, we want to live longer. We are taking tablets, most of us, isn't it? Maybe some of you may not agree with me. Can we help them also? Because we disturb their life. Nature's life we disturb. So can we help them a little bit? Some people say, no, don't do anything. They should know how to live on their own kind of thing. But I did see some things where we put some water hose in somewhat time and all, because we took away their water by building dams, isn't it? So I believe that we could intervene to some extent. That's my personal belief. Fine, if the forest departments know, then it's a no, so we can't get into it. But that's where I was just thinking is that, to the extent that we have intruded into their life, can we supplement through a positive action kind of thing. So wherever it is possible, we would like to do it. Mainly engage the people. You're all, most of you come from different non-profit organizations kind of thing. Unfortunately, in India we still have not got into it. Maybe we are still struggling to make a living for ourselves. There's not enough people, critical mass for us to come in and be participating in our own community engagement. Pulicat is not somebody else's. It is not owned by forest department for themselves. It is for us. But we don't want to do it. Here also I keep telling the faculty in Korea also, I said, please engage with this thing. It's not just good enough to teach the students about biology and all this kind of thing. They should be part of the ecosystem. Only when we care for it, these things will be there. We can't expect somebody from Bombay to come and protect Pulicat Lake or something else here. So we would like to, over a period of time, engage the starting all the way from the students. They're the best because they develop the liking to it. You have all 60, 70 years that they would engage with that. So we're starting in a smaller way. So today I spoke much of the things I said a little bit about Sri City and how it happened, but more importantly, we really want to have this Tirupati Nature Society to work with BNHS and the Forest Department to improve the things here for the Tirupati district. Anyway, I took longer than probably you anticipated that I'm going to talk. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is a different perspective because most of the time for educationists or researchers, we don't look into these aspects. I think in fact Sri City, when we approached for hosting these events here, they immediately accepted and they provided all the support, including your stay and food arrangements. Everything is now taken care by Sri City. MD are also been joining. In fact, we all wanted to stay here and listen to a presentation, but not today, but tomorrow entire session will be here. Collector actually in another meeting, so immediately he went. Otherwise, in fact, he also would join. But tomorrow he will join. We have a joint collector here, Mr. Shubham Bansal. So I also request him to speak a few words.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all the esteemed attendees and all the senior officers. This Flamingo Festival is starting after around 5 years. It was last conducted in 2020. It's not a recent phenomena per se. It has been happening in certainly fairly larger levels since 2002-2003, but since last 5 years it has not happened. Flamingo Festival and Fest is one part of it, but generally speaking, actually it's also quite new for me. I'm coming to these areas for the first time, despite working in Tirupati district for the last 4 or 5 months. Coming to Pulicat Lake, coming to these ecosystems, Nelapattu Bird Sanctuary, Pulicat Bird Sanctuary, and some other parts of Sri City also, I am able to appreciate better why this Flamingo Festival has come about. Not only the public engagement part of it, but the conservation part of it. A lot of efforts have been made by the district administration, by Forest Department, of course, by Sri City, BNHS, and all the people who have participated in these symposiums. I'm thankful to all of you, but as we conclude now, we are starting today, we conclude on 20th, but as part of district administration, we hope that this will be a start of year-long efforts towards conservation, towards documentation, and taking this forward at a much higher level in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move with session.
Now it's tea break, sir.
Tea break.
We have tea.
Well then, please carry on.
Participants, you can please come for tea break, and after that we start the session.
Yes, sir. Sorry? Dr. Sati. Yes, Dr. Sati. Yeah, yeah.
அது அப்படியே போயிரும்ல. இது அவரே தெரிஞ்சவரா இருப்பாரு.
இருக்கலாம். இல்லை ஹோஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கலாம்.
இல்லைன்னா வரவாடியா இருக்கலாம்.
ஹோஸ்டரோட இருக்கலாம்.
கேமரா மாடலா?
ஆமாம் சார், திம்பல் இது.
₹10 காயின் அளவு தான் இருக்குது.
ஆமாம் சார். இது நிறைய இடத்துல சொல்லுவாங்க.
₹10 காயின் வச்சு அதில் ஒரு பாதி 2 காயின் அவ்வளோதான் இருக்குது.
ஸ்க்ரீனை பாருங்க.
நல்லா பவர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கு.
ஆமாம்.
good evening everyone. So as you have seen in that agenda that we are having, that one presentation is left for the hydrology of Pulicat Lake session, and that is harmonizing dredging for a sustainable opening of HOR river mouth while meeting regulatory standards to promote aquatic conservation. And it is going to be presented by Prince Jeva Kumar J, scientist of NIOT. So he's here. Please.
Good evening to all. I'm a scientist working in National Institute of Ocean Technology. Here, in previous sessions, there are a lot of questions about whether we had to open the mouth of Pulicat Lake. I'm not going to answer the question directly, but the same experience has happened to NIU as I was working with a project. In that project, one thing has happened. Just I'm explaining, hopefully you people are the best judges. You are a right population. You people can judge yourself whether we have to go for mouth and dredging up the mouth is necessary or it is feasible. Everything I am expecting from you people, your judgment, make that. So here, this is about a estuary that is 60 kilometers away from the Pulicat Lake, that is south of Pulicat Lake. Before going to the real presentation, I would like to say some words about the institute where we are working. So our minister is Dr. Jitendra Singh, Secretary Dr. Ravi Chandran, and current director is Balaji Ramakrishnan. He's an ex-IIT professor. So our institute is working on different vision modes. The primary expectation from our institute is making a max submersible can dive up to 6,000 meter water depths. Only world 5 countries are having this capability. India is going to get this further to the cap by another 4 to 5 years, probably. So this is our main motive. Considering that, these are accessory other missions they are working with that. It is like ISRO. So I am working in coastal environmental engineering. One of my friends will work in. He is working in marine biotechnology. He is going to present one more paper here. So in this setup, let me go to the next slide. Business today. Here, this is the estuary what I am talking about. This estuary is center of the Chennai city, where it travels the city. It is around 60 kilometer, 42 kilometer long stretch, traversing to Chennai, whole Chennai city. Every time it is having its major 2 problems. Generally, these estuaries mouth used to close, and people used to open the mouth artificially, and sometimes seawater, it naturally opens it, and rainy seasons, it used to be normal. So this is the case. If the estuary, due to flooding, the estuary opens to the Marina beach, where it used to give a major problem of frothing. It is a specific thing where organic matter mixes with seawater. It used to give a lot of froths. But the harmful nature of this is yet to establish. But it is aesthetically it is having a very bad look. So it happened in Chennai 2 or 3 times. So major is creek. If the mouth is getting closed, if it is rainy season, it is a flooding. Once it is summer, we are going to get full of flooded sewage, and it is giving nasty smell, where it is giving a lot of health impact to the city. So, Tamil Nadu Public Works Departments want to open this mouth, but in the legal boundary. If you can, anybody can do for a public service, they can simply go and dredge it in the rainy season and escape from this. But every time, it is a big task. Especially Minister of Environment Forest, they used to give a lot of queries about this, why you people are doing this. Piecemeal approach, we don't do like that. So, Tamil Nadu government wants to make it as a legal entity, so they want to make it in a legal form. How we can do that? So it has approached NIOT, National Ocean Technology, where we have to give design for mouth opening, how deep I can dredge this area, or if I have to do some constructions where shore processes should not keep accreting in that area. So that is the main objective of the project. But I'm going to talk only on a small, very small, tiny area of this project, since we are time curiosity is there. So just we see the satellite imagery. Even south-north sediment transport is happening, as everybody knows. It is happening in March to October. November to February, south to north will go. So the mouth is getting choked by sedimentation, and so many reasons people started talking about. Whether it is shoreline constructions, any obstructions you make, these used to, one side will accrete and one side will erode. So Marina Beach and lot of, you might see in the coast area, generally you can put, people are putting a lot of drawings, seawalls, everything. So a lot of contributions are there, but just a discussion, some discussion has happened that a lot of modeling people have started doing. But if you see as a layman concept, in the upstreams, if you are making any obstructions, you are making a lot of dams, so water speed is getting slowed down, and you are constructing drawings in the seaside where accretion, erosion is happening. So these two main characters is you combined effect, and it starts accreting. That's what our suggestion. Later, it's not simply just saying here, we did modeling. Based on that, we found that these are the two major criteria. It's very common. Every common people, you can easily understand that flow from the upstream is very less, and accretion is happening due to the coastal processes where you are making good amount of constructions. So this is the scenario, and we found that sediment transportation and hydrodynamic flow reduction from the river, it causes major choking of this inlet moves and creates a lot of problem to the public. But as a government, Tamil Nadu government, they have to take some concordant decisions based on scientific findings, and scientifically we have to open and solve the problem. So in that manner they approach NIOT. Then we are involved in this project. So then we checked out for, scientifically we can check out for water quality. Yes, we found violation of water quality standard. It is dissolution is very less. So this fish catch, everything is very less in this area. But it is having, it also gives heavy stinking odor in that area. But in that, if you come to the seaside, it is normal. So only thing is, whatever the upstream flushing, it is not mixing with the sea. It's a problem. Ecologically, we can say this is the problem happening here. So generally, as a normally, naturally, what we can do is just open the mouth. If you are having heavy amount of accretion, sand is choking the mouth. So different ways of doing dredging. So people started doing dredging, but government has to fund on the basis of some scientific understanding. So we have given the plan how to do. So we went for a lot of modeling and we found that certainly because we had given the quantification how much dredging has to be happen, and in the upstream also, but is some areas, since it's urban river, banks used to get choked by the lot of settlements. That has been removed by Tamil Nadu PWD, and they opened this mouth. For that we have gone through a lot of procedures, that is clearance from the MOF, then only this was happening. So in the process of doing this work, we found that we thought of going for construction, drawing construction, because keep on sediment is getting accumulated in the mouth. So, but the problem is just turtle hatchery is just near to the mouth. Here it is a severe objection from the MOFCC. You should not, whatever activity you are doing, dredging or constructing anything, it should not affect the turtle hatchery. So here it is an annual activity. Every year they are temporarily making pens and collecting the eggs and keeping the hatchery, and they are rearing the turtles. So here my interest. So we restricted our thing, my presentation here itself, because lot of other things have happened, but here the typical problem has given to me as a biologist, how to solve it. So just I will contemplate what is the status of these turtles. Yes, legally it is having its own protections, very laws for this nature, this country. So we have to protect these animals, we should not disturb them. So that's what the status. Then our Navy also, once a turtle was entrapped in the net, so Navy has come down and they released the animal. So such a type of care has been taken in this area. So these organisms are really protected. Yes, we have to do something for these animals while opening the mouth without giving any disturbance to these particular animals. So just we took the stats. Sorry. So when we took that this thing, we found that we take the census. Yes, this total population is visiting that area. So what we did is, then we found out through literature, if that grain size, we are changing the sand, is there anything is happening? So really it is happening, because sometimes temperature of the nest is changing, so 6 changes are happening. So that also we have to take care of. So whether the dredged material is same or not, that is the main question here. How we are going to prove that whatever sediment we are going to dredge in the mouth, it should be same of the turtle beach size. So for that, we did a small simple experiment. It is statistically we proved that we took the grain size and we compared it. See, it is here that you can see these 2 areas where the turtle beach area sediment and the dredging sediment, and the mouth we are going where you are going to start on dredging, that both are clustered together. It indicates that both are almost same condition, same type of sand is there. So there won't be much interference because of this dredging, and in case accidentally some sand went inside, falls in the turtle area, turtle nesting area, it is not going to affect much. That's what the confirmation we have given to the ministry, and ministry has accepted. So apart from that, what are the stipulations? We asked them to do, not to make any breakwaters where habitat breaking is happening. So the advice to the Tamil Nadu government, and still it is executed, one season it is executed, it is working fine. They have 2 lakhs cubic meter of sands they used to remove from the mouth area. So water is going to mix with that, and they have not planned for any breakwater construction. So there's no hindrance to the sturdy movement. Then dredging also, it should not taken January to May. That is the restriction here, still government is taking care of. So the system is working. So what is the sorry. So this is last slide. So if you open this mouth, yes, DO conditions are improving, and DO is a different tidal period where the DO condition is really improving. So the desired thing is ecosystem services, ecosystem is getting better. Just keep the space for the animals. So it is conservation as well as achievement of good quality. And likely this time, Chennai, we have not faced much flooding in the area. That is the thing I want to say to the community. So if you can abide with the law, consider your planning along with in the lines of law, surely you will achieve something that is very desirable. The ecosystem also helpful, it will provide its service. So surely it is possible. So now you think whether you have to go for mouth opening in the Pulicat Lake or not. That just our suggestion is go along as per the government laws. Surely you will get some good results. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir, for such wonderful presentation. Now, if there are any questions from the audience. Okay, if not, then we can move on to our next presentation. So the next session will be on the existing and potential threats to the Pulicat Lake. And the first one is the bioinnovation, a silent killer of biodiversity. And it is going to be presented by Dr. Pulicat, scientist of NIOT.
Before we start, so we have with us Dr. Ravi Reddy, Chenna Reddy garu, Managing Director, Sri City. The entire morning program are only coordinated in their venue. He is also into nature-related activities, more into conservation activities. Maybe after the presentation, sir will speak for. Or do you want to speak?
No.
Yes.
I just came to observe the proceedings.
Good afternoon. Thank you, organizers, for giving this opportunity to present in this forum. Actually, incidentally, I did my PhD in the rivers Swarnamukhi estuary in the Kuplipalam beach area in the coastal region. And my data of this work is not about that one, but this is a little bit different what they are doing in that particular region. You see, National Institute of Ocean Technology, they have centers at 3 places. So this is our headquarters in Chennai, Pulicat area, and we have one field station in Andaman Nicobar Islands, which is now called Sri Vijayapuram, that is previously Port Blair, and the last one, this is newly developed campus in Wakad Mandal, near the Swarnamukhi river estuary. So this is our newly established campus here, and now we are going working work in this place. This is the backyard of our office in Chennai. So you can see a lot of birds here. Actually, they feel safer in our campus in Chennai, protected area, where they come during October, November, lay eggs, nest, and they leave after February. So this is the exact means behind the office. You can see this kind of environment. So now coming to the main subject of these things, as per the IMO publications, they have mentioned about some organisms being transferred from one place to another. For example, say zebra mussel. Actually, they are native of Eastern Europe, and then they have reached Western and Northern Europe. And Vibrio cholera, and then sea star, and then North American comb, jellyfish, all these organisms they have mentioned as they have moved from one place to another, which are new to their environment. Why this is so, can you just find out? See, if we cannot control this, so these kind of things will happen. You see this here, this is our recent news articles right in our Pulicat area, where they have mentioned that because of this invasive of kakkaali or charu mussel, the entire shrimp population is depleting, and they are facing economic loss since they could not get any catch. So what is the problem? So you see, the major thing is that it is about the invasion of mussels from one region to another. Actually, as per the newspaper reports, they are mentioning that these kakkaali or charu mussels have come from South America to our place. Now, what is the aquatic invasive species? For the definition, what they say is that when it causes loss in biodiversity, changes in ecosystem, and impacts on economic enterprises, it is referred as invasive aquatic species, and the process as bioinvasion. So what happens is that one organism when it from its natural range by means of geographic or physical barrier, when it comes out of that place, so it forms an invasive species. So invasive species may be threatful or harmful for a particular region, but may not be in the another region. So bioinvasion, actually what it happens is that it creates competition, predation, changing in habitats, dispersing diseases, and it creates threats and composition and structural natural community changes, and 40% of all the animal extinctions are believed to be because of this bioinvasion, and it causes around $1 trillion as per the suggestion, as per the report made in the Daini et al. In 2021. So ballast water, biofouling, and aquaculture are one of the major contributors of this bioinvasion. See, what is ballast water? We'll come to it. So actually every ship, every cargo ship, it takes in seawater at the mother port for the purpose of stability and maneuverability. And it stores that water in the ballast tanks of the ship or the cargo hold. So if you see that actually the 80 to 90% of world trade are being carried by the ships. Say for example, 80% of the material in one form or another in this hall is being transported by ship. So if that is the importance of this kind of shipping here. So this shipping cannot be avoided, and the transfer of this ballast water is also not avoidable. So what happens is that actually the process of ballast water management in ship is that when the cargo is unloaded, so ship when it becomes light, it has to take in some water for the purpose of maneuverability and stability. So that water, if it is taken without treatment and held in the chamber, and when it reaches to the other port and releases that water, then some of the organisms which has taken from one port may reach to the newer port. For example, like our charu mussel, the charu mussel which it might have taken in South America has now reached into the inner port. So this could be one example of this transferring through organisms through ballast water. So coming to the biofilm aspect, if you see the progress of formation of biofilm, this takes place within 1 minute, and within 1 hour there are some attachments, and colonization takes place within 24 hours, and within 2 weeks to 1 month you will see the growth. So as per the scientific terminology, there are two, microfouling and macrofouling. Microfouling is around 20 micron to 1.5 mm, whereas macrofouling consists of bivalves, barnacles, etc. Ranges from 50 micron to 10 centimeters. So if we have done one studies in our Chennai port. So if you see, we have deployed various metal coupons in sea. For example, copper, low carbon steel, stainless steel, and the titanium. So if you see within 6 months how much fouling is taking place on the plates. So this is the kind of attachment which takes place on the hull of the ship. So when it moves from one region to another, so these kind of attachments usually are carried from one region to another through biofouling. So there are also economic costs involved in this one, and what now IMO is taking steps through their Marine Environmental Protection Committee is that they have put forth some convention called Anti-Fouling System Convention 2001, wherein they have banned certain substances like TBT and all. And in 2004, they have they have set up a convention on ballast water and sediment management. And in 2023, guidelines for control and management of ships biofouling was established. This especially all this convention only for the purpose of prevention of invasive aquatic species. So what they are recommending is that in case of ballast water, what they are telling is that you fix one ballast water treatment system before when you are taking in water in one port. So when we are taking in one in that port and it is treated and stored in that particular tank, so these organisms are being avoided from transferring from one place to the another. So that is what they are suggesting, and for that someone has to certify those ballast water treatment systems. Someone has to certify this ballast water treatment systems, and this treatment system may be of physical filters, mechanical and chemical treatments. In biofouling, what they are telling is the cleaning of the surface and then regular maintenance plus application of anti-fouling coatings. So what is ballast water treatment system is that it consists, as I said, various technologies, and it has to be approved by International Maritime Organization or United States Coast Guard, and certifying agencies like IR Class in India, Lloyd's Register in UK, they have to approve that treatment system, so that only the approved system only can be fixed in the ships. These are some of the technologies available already, and some around 50 or 60 treatment systems are approved by IMO. So even though the certified systems are available, but in the practicality they fail. Like for example, 80% of the already approved or certified system they fail in poor water quality, 78% fail in muddy waters, 42% fail in poor and they face frequent breakdowns. 20% of the system fail because of disinfection system. So even though they are certified, but they are not able to treat the water properly in the ships. So what is required? So what DG Shipping in India have requested NIOT to establish a test facility where we can test and validate those ballast water treatment systems before being certified. So this is how NIOT is going to work. Flags is nothing but Government of India. Then ballast water treatment system manufacturers or ship owners, they can bring their samples or treatment system to our test facility wherein we can test and validate your treatment systems. So for that we have established a test facility in Nellore. So this facility is newly developed test facility and recently inaugurated, wherein we are going to test and validate this ballast water treatment system. Actually, that treatment system basically needs to be tested for its technology. Then some sort of scaled model has to be brought, and that also it has to be certified, and finally it has to be fixed in shipboard for the testing. So if you can scan this, it will lead to that our test facility here. So the manufacturers, what they do, they bring their treatment system in a container and place it here, and wherein we created artificial tanks here simulating the ships. So if you see here, we will be storing raw seawater from the Bay of Bengal, and after following the certain guidelines as mentioned here. So this is the guidelines given by the IMO. So we have to test those treatment system in freshwater condition, brackish water condition, and saline water condition. And these are the organisms you have to provide before the tests. Say for example, five species from three different phyla, from phytoplankton, zooplankton, then bacteria. And after treatment, if you can see here, all the organisms should come down to less than 10 cells per meter cube, whereas in phytoplankton should come down to 10 cells per ml. So this we have to make it certain and follow the IMO guidelines, and then we can recommend for the results for the certification. So recently we also did one survey in this Pulicat as well as Nellore Creek, since the Tamil Nadu government requested us to carry out some tests. So we carried out some samplings. So these are the pictures of this charu mussel bioinvasion which has taken place in Kosus Taralia river estuary as well as Pulicat area. So what actually has happened is that there is actually a certain time period for everything to take place. For example, it is a living organism. So right from introduction to the reaching the highest level of this invasive curve, there is some time. So it is our duty as a scientist, as a responsible person, to identify this invasion immediately and take preventive actions before the eradication becomes very difficult. For that, some communication has to be established, like early detection, rapid response, containing and controlling, reviewing, reporting, and prevention. Whereas the action plan involves funding the research, because nothing can be done without the money. So funding is required, then good coordination between government organization, private organization, including fishermen and the local people. Then rapid response is required, vector management is required, educational outreach programs are required, and then finally national strategies so that properly this can be implemented. So in the end, I just leave with the one slogan: combat bio-invasion and conserve biodiversity. So if you have any further questions or queries, you can visit our website and or write to our director at anioti.trust.in. So in a very nutshell, actually we could able to present this one. So if you have any queries or you want to understand or know about much about this specific tenders, you are welcome to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such wonderful presentation. So, if there are any questions from the audience.
Understand that the subject is new, but I think it is very important. So it is, though it is at policy level, but if you ignore it, it can straight away come to the native, like in Pulicat and all that. Fishermen are suffering. So it is not just with the ships or shipping, but it is up to the policy and the regular monitoring of all our water bodies. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no questions, so we can move on to the next presenter.
How many more today? No. Seven more. Huh? Eight.
So the next presentation is by Mr. Suryati. He's from the Department of Zoology, Madras Christian College, Chennai, and he will be presenting on occurrence of microplastics in commercially important fishes of Pulicat Lake.
So before.
So good evening, one and all. I thank the organizing team and my college and my guys to for giving me this opportunity. And I'm here. I'm Surya from research. I'm a research scholar from Madras Christian College, and I'm here to present a talk on occurrence of micro and mesoplastics in the commercially important fishes of Pulicat Lake. So this session is especially for the threats of the Pulicat Lake. So of course, we humans are a huge threat for the biodiversity. Hope we all agree that. So apart from that, is many threats are easily visible and many threats are easily being addressed by everyone here. But these microplastics are nothing but a small piece of plastics which is of size below 5 millimeter. So yes, we all know plastic pollution is ubiquitous, which means it is present everywhere. So now we are at a stage that we have to talk more than plastic pollution. It is an urge to talk about microplastic pollution. So microplastics are in size below 5 millimeter and mesoplastics are in size above 5 millimeter. So there are two different types of plastics. One is primary source of microplastic and the other one is secondary source. So primary sources are like they are directly manufactured as microplastics. Like how many of us people are using face scrub and all. the face scrub and all being made by the microplastics. So those are like those microbeads around comes from our primary sources, and secondary sources are from the huge plastics we are carrying it and we are putting it into the environment, and those comes as the secondary microplastics. So of course we all know more about plastic pollution. Many of plastics are being dumped in the ocean, and which is the major cause for the microplastic pollution. So why the study why I chose Pulicat is the detail of the Pulicat lake was given by previous scientists and peoples. But why I choose is it has wide diversity there. Okay, every diversity, aquatic diversity like fishes and then shrimps, mussels, crabs, etc. And it also has other fauna like mammals and reptiles too. And I specifically say that this is a place where we can go detailed study on microplastics, because as we all hear of the news that microplastic present in human blood and microplastic present in human breast milk too, right? So instead of saying that microplastic is present here and there, I am here to give evidence that, see, when I say something, you people ask evidence, right? So here I have evidence telling that microplastics are present in the commercially caught fishes of Pulicat Lake, and this is a small study being conducted in our department and my laboratory. So first, I just go to the methodology. First, we will go to the site and we will do sampling. We will collect the fishes and we will use to refrigerate, and then we will do the morphometric analysis, because based on the size of the fish, the plastic particles differ from micro to meso. So that is the reason we do morphometric analysis. And then we will collect the gastrointestinal tract of the fishes and we will examine. If there is no visible meso microplastics, we will go for homogenization. After homogenization is done, we will go for digestion. Here the digestion method followed is alkaline digestion, because acid digestion causes some destruction in the microplastics too. So we go with alkaline digestion. The test tubes, two test tubes you can see. In the first one it is not digested. In the second test tube it is completely digested. Once after digestion we will go for filtration. In the filtration we could easily pick the mesoplastics, whereas those other microplastics are being observed under the SEM or microscopes. And finally, to prove this is a microplastic or this is a plastic, we will go for characterization with the help of FTIR, because plastics are made of polymers, so it will be easy for identifying from FTIR. And then these are the results. As of now, we dissected around 400 fishes. Out of 400 fishes, we got 89 plastics. Out of this, 52 were microplastics and 37 were mesoplastics. So these are images of some microplastics, which are sized below 5 millimeter. And these are images of sample of some mesoplastics, which are sized above 5 millimeter. This is the same image. So these are different types of polymers like nylon, polyethylene, polyester, polyamide are different types of polymers which are being used for making plastics. So this same image shows that these are polymers. And this is an FKR spectrum which shows two different samples like polyethylene and polyester. So where do we get these microplastics? There are many different sources of microplastics getting into the lake system. For example, Pulicat Lake. One is from land-based sources like plastics waste from the domestic we use for the domestic users, and then from agricultural runoff, even for pesticides, even for fertilizers, they are using microplastics for stability and flowability. Okay, and then from industry effluent, definitely we all know industries are the major sources for affecting the environment, right? And then water-based sources like fishing gears and nets. Fishermen, if there is a damage in the fishing net, they are easily just throwing in the aquatic ecosystem. So those nets are getting broken down and it is getting converted to microplastic, and those microplastics are being swallowed by the aquatic organisms and leads to cause impacts on the organisms. And then to the boat and ship traffic. And of course, here I want to mention that we could be able to see colors of boats and ships in the aquatic ecosystem. So those paints also are made up of polymers. Even if it is getting out from the boat or ship, it also going to cause a problem. And then tourism, recreation, and atmospheric sources like microplastic fibers from the clothing. Okay, the cloth we used to say as synthetic cloths. Those are made up of high amount of microplastics. And then plastic particles from tire wear, and then sewage and wastewater treatment, and the microbeads from personal care products, and plastic debris from natural disasters. And then, as I told you before, microplastic entering into the human blood and then entering into the human breast milk. And how it is entering? Are we eating plastics? Or are we consuming a microplastic for our meal? No. Then how it is entering? It is entering the human body via the food chain. Okay. So the plastics are getting converted to microplastic only because of the human activities and from the industrial effluents. But those microplastics are being ingested by the fish. Here you can see. And these fishes being consumed by the seabirds, aquatic life, and also by humans. In Tamil, there is a word called Vinay Videthavan Vinay Alpan. So we are making it microplastic, and we are doing it, and finally we are getting affected. So what are the impacts of microplastic in aquatic organisms? So when there is microplastic impact will differ based on the deposition. If it is a less amount, it will cause less toxicity. If it is in more abundance or if it is more accumulated, it will cause more toxicity. But definitely it is going to be toxin for any aquatic life or any human life. Okay. So first and foremost is a chemical transfer. This microplastic will transfer some chemicals like BCBs and DDTs in the fish bodies, and then bioaccumulation of microplastic will lead to toxicity and the reduced growth rates, because when there is a accumulation of microplastic in stomach, the fish will undergo starvation, but it couldn't able to eat anything because its stomach is already filled with microplastics. So it will undergo starvation, but there is no glucose to overcome the starvation, so it leads to reduced growth rates and altered behavior. See, like when we are so hungry, we want to vacuum this properly. We will be like little irritated. So same way the fishes also will undergo altered behaviors and then increase in mortality. And next one is impact on aquatic birds. So as I showed in the food chain, if microplastic enters, it is not necessary that the bird should directly take microplastics, right? Because it is already present in the stomach of the aquatic fishes and aquatic organisms. So when these birds directly consume these fishes, it is going to directly enter into the aquatic bird's body too. So it leads to reduce the reproduction, because in one case it is going to reduce reproduction means it is going to change the hormonal imbalance, because these toxins are going to change and fluctuate with the hormonal imbalance. This hormonal imbalance leads to reduced reproduction and of course altered behavior and increased mortality. Biomagnification, when over accumulation of biomagnification means like from one food chain to the next food chain. So the entire food web is going to be affected by this microplastic pollution and food web disruption. And the impact on human health. So we started and ending it in the human body itself. So here physical harm, like we will get inflammation and the tissue damage within the human bodies, and then chemical transfer like PCBs and DDTs, and it leads to toxicity in the human body, and then exposure to pathogens like there is an interesting study we overcome is there are many microbes surviving on the microplastic. But we will be able to identify whether it is feeding on microplastic or it is being as a surface, using as a surface. But when these microplastics has some microorganism which is so harmful, when these microorganisms enter the fish body and when we eat this fish, these microparticles along with the microbes is going to definitely enter into our body, and it is going to cause diseases in our human body too. And other impacts are like gastrointestinal problems, endocrine disruption, and the respiratory problems, cardiovascular problems, skin irritation, and then allergic reactions too. So as of now, we haven't go through any microplastic or mesoplastic identification in the muscles of fishes. Okay, because we are not taking gastrointestinal tract of fish, because we are just only eating the muscles of fish. But there is, as of now, we didn't came through any microplastic or mesoplastic in the muscle of fishes. And finally, I conclude that whatever we say for plastic pollution, I am going to say the same for microplastic pollution also. Reduce plastic, reuse plastic, and then recycle plastic, because plastics can be easily picked and can be easily thrown in the garbage, but microplastics cannot be picked up by any one of us. Okay, and we cannot. It is no way to clean the ocean out. There is no way to clean the lake to protect from the microplastics. So when we there is no I can't say that we can reduce using a microplastic. We have to reduce using plastics, not for our generation, at least for our future generation. And then we can improve waste management, like throw plastics in the dustbin, which is specifically for the plastics. Okay, and then promote education awareness, create awareness among the public. See, we scientists we people are aware of this plastic pollution, microplastic pollution, but public local people are not aware of it. So we have to create awareness among the people, and then support research and innovation. Morning I saw an interesting talk. So anyone, any of us can improve research, and we can find any sensors in detecting the microplastics, which will be really useful for the human well-being. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. In your presentation, you told about the microplastic and its influence on endocrine disruption.
Yes.
So, can you comment on that? What type of endocrine disruption or any endocrine changes associated with the microplastic in fish or even in birds?
So yes, sir. There is a study in migratory birds. Like these microplastics are creating hormone disruption, the level of toxicity in the body is increasing. When these increases, there is problem in the reproduction pathway. So the birds are getting infertile. So there are many case studies.
One question.
Yes.
You also showed on they affecting the reproduction. It is also reducing the way how the birds behave, changes the behavior. Has there been empirical data collected or quantitative data against a control group?
No, sir.
So how can we come to this conclusion without having a control group then?
Actually, we are in the preliminary stage of identifying microplastics, sir, and there is preliminary study in only just few months before I say that there are many hormone disruptions taking place in the migratory birds, and the reason is the level of toxicity, the toxins produced by the plastics. So we are in a state like we are in a situation like we have to find what is the toxin present in the body and what is the reason for making the hormone disruptions.
Any more questions?
How many species you did the analysis?
So as of now, we took 15 species, sir. Since we haven't published the rest of the parts, so I didn't mention the species name of the species. So
How many are commercially valid species?
in 15 species, we have segregated like 8 of fishes and then 4 of shrimps and then crabs and mussels, sir.
All are commercially?
Yes, it's available in the Pulicat lake.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Before we start next presentation, I request MD sir to kindly address the gathering.
After seeing these two presentations, initially I didn't want to talk because anyway we were running late, but after seeing these two, I thought I should say because maybe I came at the right time. Because both, I was at Tubal about a month back, I saw the NIOT, I was wondering what it is and I didn't understand what biodiversity takes, somebody will explain. So I'm very happy to see that what they are doing and I happened to see that area. So now that Pulicat Lake presentation about this fish, this thing, because I eat a lot of fish, I'm a fish vegetarian, whatever they said. So I promote, a lot of people say, whenever somebody visits they say, Pulicat Lake fish is very good, fresh, if you get frogs especially, we make pickle here and send to US also. Now I have to, anyway, to educate you, what I'm telling is, what you call closely associated. Some of you may not be from this area, but those of you who live in this area, Pulicat Lake has the biodiversity and it has a lot of, so maybe destiny brought us together. So, I mean, I can see the quality of presentation. I'm very happy to see in Sri City, in an education institution, now I regret why we put parallel sessions. Our morning CSR presentation was supposed to be tomorrow. This was supposed to be today in Sri City, but we thought this is a better venue than Sri City Business Center, so academic a lot of research purpose. Now I regret, maybe they should also be in Sri City premises or here. Our CSR there tomorrow, so I could have attended all the other things. Anyway, since I said I don't want to take too much time, welcome you all to Sri City, to this campus, this great campus. As you know, you are now the leading university in the South, Korea University. I don't think they have any, let us say, parallel here. The other one we say is Ashoka University. So, and also there is no parallel to either Pulicat Lake or Sri City. There is only one Pulicat Lake and there is only one Sri City in India. Recently, even the testimony was from our Honorable Prime Minister in Vizag on January 8th. So welcome to this place, those of you are coming first time. And we have got inspired with this thanks to Selvangar and Satya Selvangar and Dr. Satya Selvangar. We got very good session in the morning in Sri City Business Center on CSR and why the nature requires some help from industry and people like all of you scientists and other things. So next year I promise this will become bigger and better. So this just imagine first year itself. So I'm son of the soil. I grew up very close to Nelapattu. My native place is in one of the islands in Pulicat. I mean near that. I think NIOT is the present person who presented. I'm in Wakadu, Chittumuru Mandalam. So that is my native place. So I grew up with Pulicat Lake from childhood, and my mother's town is Nelapattu, nearby village. So little did we know when we started doing Sri City, one day the whole, the research community talking about these two will come to Sri City, talk about it, both very close to my heart.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting, giving us this opportunity. I think those of you who come from out of town, you should propagate. Next year it will be bigger and better. Maybe you should do it one day before the. If I have a recommendation, please don't combine the Flamingo Festival and this. Let this be the let us call it the think tank, research, all these things one day before, so that we are not pulled from multiple directions. The minister, we have to wait for some certain things, so that like some of these international conferences, when they this can go on its own, still we are not parallel with this thing. Thank you very much, and those of you who want to visit Sri City or any other industries, those of you staying for 3 days, please contact our team. I think I see Madhu here and Kimur on all the stations team. They will organize that. Thank you. Yeah. Fishery, no. Actually, the one of the industry that Thailand based, just looking at them, shrimp processing in it, wanted to come here. CP, yeah, CP Aqua. But I have reluctantly said no. The reason for that is this, the movement of these bio products, and as you know, the people don't follow the. You have seen Sri City is such a green place and all. So if they don't take care of it, when the approach I wanted to say, I went to some shrimp processing facility, actually or something, to see how it is done. But seeing that, while you may do a good job inside the factory, the incoming, outgoing, because there is, because I grew up, as I told you, in this region, and so Sulurpeta station you go, it stinks, because all these exports, they will be dripping, they through the, maybe now containers have come, but as a childhood, it's scarred our brains. That if you are doing processing, there is no way that we can give. There are a lot of times I take fish, when I get fresh fish, I will take it to Chennai, they give me rice balls, but still it kind of spills, smell, all those things. So hence we didn't choose any bio or whatever, where there is scope for smell and transport or dispose, and there is not too far from here. There is a place called near Davar Satram, very close to Yalpattu. They used to bring all these processed, these shrimp, they remove the heads. They give it some country, they come and dump it, the disposal. And that again, so those things are not in our control. Hence we chose not to entertain that. Any other? I should not take one more question, after that I will go. If there are no questions, I will go, so that you can go home reasonable time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all support for conduct of this program.
Thank you, sir, for such inspiring words. So now let's come back to the presentation. So the next presentation supposed to be by Mr. Sandeep Kovadi, but he requested us to shift his presentation to tomorrow. So now it is going to be the presentation by Dr. Reshma Pitale, scientist here of the NHS, and she is going to present on invasion of charu mussel, a case study from Maharashtra.
Hello, good morning, good evening everyone. I'm taking you all to West Coast. We are talking a lot about the East Coast and Pulicat Lake. So I'm here to present a rapid assessment which we did about this invasion of charu mussel, and also what we have proposed in near future to combat this invasion of charu mussel. And I'm especially here to learn and understand how Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh is dealing with the invasion, because before Mumbai, I think Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh have faced this invasion of mussel. So I would be happy to learn, understand and discuss with Wetland Management Committee or any other scientists, researchers, stakeholders working on these aspects. Several aspects about this, because there are a lot of things involved while we are dealing with this invasion. So moving on to, this is the study area. I'm talking about the Thane Creek. The bridge you are seeing here is MTHL, the White Bridge, Arabian Sea on west side, and interestingly, this is the only creek in Maharashtra which flows parallel to the coastline. Otherwise, all the creeks are perpendicular flowing towards the sea. So this Thane Creek, approximately 26 kilometers long. Upper it has a Ulhas River influence, and it is completely tidal influenced creek. It experiences high tide and low tides every day, unlike the sea. So in fact, we were studying the influence of this bridge in and around that area when we came across this species around 2019-2020 in Mumbai. So why this area is important and interesting? So this area is already declared as a Ramsar site, and these interesting mudflats holds the population of lakhs of flamingos and about 50 to 70,000 waders every year for wintering. Apart from the microbenthic and fishing and many other aspects and ecosystem services which we have, I will not elaborate on those aspects much. So to discuss about Mytella strigata, which supposed to be traveled from South America, where the species was initially described as Mytella charuana, which later got synonymized with Mytella strigata. And interestingly, this Mytella strigata is originally described from Philippines, which is in Indian Ocean. So the species from South America traveled to some part of North America, then on Indian Ocean in Thailand, China, Singapore, and finally to Gulf of Mannar and Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, Kerala, etc. So these are the varieties you can see on the right side. So these are the different varieties which we have found in our area, color morphs basically. So in original description, it is the black color which is described, black with a little tinge of green. But otherwise, we have found these many varieties of shells in our area. There is a study from Singapore which they have published. They have got many such color morphs for this species. So these are some of the pictures from Thane Creek where this invasion, we have these mudflats you can see, which are completely invaded by this species. So this picture is basically to depict what changes this invasion has brought to our mudflat. This side, on the left side, you can see the same flat, mudflat, is actually flat. And after the invasion, the topography is completely changed. And you can see these mussels is holding the sand and the clusters which are found and changing the topography. What is the main concern here? Of course, the changes in topography, changes in perhaps in microbenthic fauna and all that, all those things are there. But main important concern was the flamingos, because every year these flamingos are coming here to feed on these mudflats. But because of this change in topography, we have clearly observed that flamingos are ignoring these areas, because obviously the beak of the flamingos is meant for something to filter, and once these clusters are there, these Mytella clusters are there, which are the hard, soft mud, and they cannot feed on these areas. So these are the main concerns which we need to address. So these are the primary findings. So what we did is we did a 6-month rapid assessment just to understand where this species has, how many areas it has already invaded and all that. So these are the things, and interestingly, one finding which we have seen is, you can see the east bank of the creek, and west bank of the creek. The distance is approximately 2 to 2.5 kilometers, and the invasion is absolutely not found on the west bank, but it is completely invaded the east bank, the 32, 31 and 36, the polygons you can see. The 32, 31 is the highest invasion or population we have seen, and the other less darker or faint areas of the polygons where the comparatively less invasion is seen. The entire MTHL area, the Shivdi on the west bank of the creek, and the Dhava on the west bank of the creek, where also we have seen the invasion. Again, the west bank, there is no invasion till date. So this is one of the wader. I think wader are enjoying the mussels in the mudflat. Just the short clip how they are feeding on these mudflat, because we all know these mussels are known to be very high, contains very high protein. So I think Vedas seems to be enjoying this food. Yes, lesser sample of it. Break the shell and taking the muscle down. Okay. So what we have, based on the rapid assessment, we have also draft one of the report and the conservation strategy, which is based on the perceived conservation action, prediction and participation on these 4 strategies. What it means is perceive is to basically understand what this species is, how it is spreading, its biology, ecology and so on. Conservation actions are actual actions which you will or one will go and do on the grounds. Prediction is what will happen and how we can do, whether any modulations, modeling or simulations are required. And participation is of course the stakeholder involvement of local fishermen, because this is one of the crucial aspect of this part. So this is just the one of the example which I have plotted or placed here for sharing. So we are also planning to involve the local stakeholder, local fishermen for targeted fisheries. So what study we are planning now is to understand the seasonality, fecundity of the species. So when the species is recruiting its life cycle basically, so we can do the targeted fishery. Either we should collect in a smaller size so that the growth is abducted, or if they are already grown, if there is no specific seasonality is found, we can do the targeted fishery and use this mussels for a various purpose, because it is already proven that the species is has a good protein source. They can be used in aquaculture industry as a feed, or they are the good manures or fertilizers. So we can use that way. This is just one of the example which I have given here. In the report, there are detailed things are present. This is just the basic analysis which I did about the habitat, the natural and the artificial habitat all across the Indo-Pacific region this species have occupied. So you can see here in the habitat two sections. On the segregation you can see. So for example in Taiwan, it is found in bottom sediment as well as in the aquaculture and fish farms. In Singapore, it is found in natural habitats like mangrove vegetation as well as on debris and many other things. So that way I have just plotted to understand, because in Thane we have initially observed that the species was found on the bridge pillars, but later it got spreaded across the mudflat. So this is about the present study. What we are going to look at is their distribution, population, fecundity, understand the life cycle and so on. Main part about this is also doing the sediment texture analysis, because I am very curious to see why this mussel is spreading specifically on particular mudflats. But mudflats which are adjacent and very close to these areas, they are absolutely not preferring. So there is something about the current, there is something about the sediment texture, or something about the parameters which is suggesting or influencing this mussel distribution, which we are looking for. This is the another area all across the Mumbai which we will be studying. So these are the expected outcomes from this planned study. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And I'll be very happy to understand what are the parameters, what are the factors, actions this government or the forest department or the different agencies have planned or thought of, so that we can discuss and work out this invasion issue from Maharashtra and other areas of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Reshma. Thanks for that sticking to the time. So, if there are any questions.
Is it like, have you monitored the water quality parameters of that region, like where you have seen one quantity of these char mussels?
Yes, we are regularly, because for other projects we are already working in that area.
In salinity you have seen like a lot of, like the population of char mussels?
There is no significant difference. The same salinity, yes. Yeah.
Have you conducted any consultation with the farming community, the fishing community there? Because I think it's really important to make them understand that harvesting this mussel could yield benefits.
Yes.
So once they appreciate the fact, I think they will be motivated enough to do it.
In fact, we are doing that for targeted. Why we are choosing a targeted fishery? Because we don't want to use any physical means to remove this mussel. We will, because there are other fishing mussel also, like cardium and all other species which they are doing, and they are doing with their traditional methods. We want to use the same method so that the mudflat topography which is already affected, we should not do anything that it will, the situation will get worse. So, and we have also asked whether they are having it as a food. So there are few who are preferring this as a food, but it seems that it is less tasty than the Parnavirides. Yeah.
I had a quick question.
Yeah,
So, in Thane Creek, you guys, like BNHS has a lot of data and probably one of the best study designs to monitor birds and so on.
Right.
So, would you have a comment on broader patterns of distribution of species that you see changing or anything with this mussel?
Species of birds?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these lower areas, downstream areas of the mudflats, where now we have seen that significantly the flamingos are not preferring those areas, but waders are enjoying, like I have shown, and they are more congregated towards the mid or upstream region of the creek. So that's the primary observations, yet not proved mathematically, but observations, quantified observations.
I was just wondering, the mussels were able to travel all the way from America to Thane. Why not from east to west in the creek? It is only 2
Yeah,
kilometers.
exactly. So that's very interesting. And it is there all across the other areas, the Elephant Island in a vicinity, East Bank, the Shivdi, Nava, all those places are in a vicinity. They are there, but not on the East Bank. I have recently last week I did survey in just the adjacent districts to Thane Creek, where these mussels have not yet reached. So that is also a surprise, because those areas are also in that vicinity. The marine traffic is there. The ships are traveling from area close to Thane Creek to that area, but then again the mussels are not seen there. Good finding, but then it is interesting to see how their distribution is happening.
Actually, any of the fisheries research institute should take the program seriously, because this is a serious matter. In 2017, it invaded in the other Asian countries. Still in 2024, it's there.
Yes.
Already it has overcompeted the Parnavirides.
Yes.
Parnavirides population has come down to 10%.
Yes.
So this is a serious issue.
Absolutely.
Reproduction, the settlement area, when the breeding happened, everything should be studied seriously by anyone of research.
Absolutely.
And also in Gujarat, plenty of ports are there.
Yes.
Once in a while, it's
Kandla is one of the, but I don't think so. There are any records from Gujarat. I have not seen.
I have not seen.
Yeah.
Actually, in Tamil Nadu government, fisheries department has taken serious steps already.
Okay.
He told 3-4 meetings conducted with SIBA, CMFI, then NIOT, then another 2 institutes, RCC elected. So some major programs will make up soon.
Thank you. I think rest of the discussion can have outside this room. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it's time for the next presentation. May I call Dr. C. Susan? It is there. It's not it? Okay. So we are going to the next presentation. Mr. Tarun Karula, scientist here in VMCC Hyderabad. So he is going to present on biodiversity and wetland related MEA tools for conservation. Sir, please.
Good evening to all. Myself, I am Tarun Kapula. I am presently working as a
scientist staff in Regional Office Hyderabad of Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change. Before that, in 2022, I was in Delhi Ministry of Environment and Forest. I served as Director of Biodiversity and Biosafety. And during that time, I have the privilege of amending Biodiversity Act. And also being Director of Biosafety, I was part of the Vaccine Approval Committee for Corona also. And apart from before that, I was project manager for a World Bank job project, agri project, might be knowing in Andhra Pradesh. So that is how I have close friendly relation with Satya Selvam, who was a conservation biologist, and especially on his request I was here. And also my earlier colleagues are there, Usha and Mahesh are here. And I'm also happy to see Ashwirji from IUCN. We have closely worked with Global Snow Leopard project also. And it has a nostalgia for me because almost 10 years back, a decade before, we made a survey in Pulicat for preparation of the project of Green Climate Fund. So we made a stakeholder consultation in Pulicat almost in 2016 or 17, I remember. So one of the, it is an upscaling of the coastal marine project. And for Andhra Pradesh, from conservation point of view, I have two major issues here. One is it has 1,000 kilometers of coastline marine coastal line, and if that is not taken, the remaining is the red sanders. So two very important natural resources are there. If properly used, it can fetch both ways, revenue-wise and ecosystem-wise. Because the red sanders also I worked in the ministry, especially in 2012, there was a ban in export of red sanders. So I was working in wildlife division, especially CITES, so that I was part of lifting its ban and regulating its legal trade and internationally. And so from there also, coming to this presentation, just I want to give an overview of how international conventions and their tools at national level, sub-national level, and regional level, ground level, we can conserve various landscapes. So just before going history, how these tools were brought into existence. The important milestone is majorly in 1948, establishment of IUCN. And another major milestone is in 1972, Stockholm Convention. And third one is 1992 Earth Summit, that is called Rio Conventions. These three are the major events happened in the globe to come up with this multilateral environment agreement. You see IUCN, it is during 1980s, it's partnered with WWF, and it has published the first world conservation strategy, which actually come up with the term sustainable development, and then it shaped into global conservation. So IUCN actually played a very crucial role in the creation of Ramsar Convention on the wetlands, World Heritage Site, the CITES, and the CBD. And coming to the next milestone in 1972, as United Nations Conference, Human Environment, we stopped it discussed the major environmental as a major issue. There actually till that time environment was not already poverty, other issues were there flagged the first time the environment came into picture, and a watch plan has been prepared, and like that lot of management activities has started, and nationally it has started. So the DLAC actually India has adopted, and during this region also we have enacted India Water Act and Air Act. You can see in 1974 and 81. So one of the major outcome of this Stockholm Convention is the establishment of UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. So coming to the last major milestone is Rio Convention, and it is a major vast agenda 21 with 40 chapters are there. this is like a Bible for all the conservation, and the outcome of this summit 1992 is creation of Rio Conventions, that is called UNCCC, and one desertification, United Nations Convention for Combating Desertification and Convention on Biological Diversity. These are called Rio Convention. If you go to any international conference of parties, you have a Rio Pavilion, that is actually these three conventions will be there. So one by one I will be telling, and before going to that, what backs these conventions? Somewhere along some policy should be there at international. So for climate change, we are familiar about IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. So for UNFCCC, we have only one body, which is actually providing a policy suggestions to the convention. But for all biodiversity related, we have IPBES. This is Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform, Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service. So it will gather the policy inputs for major biodiversity related conventions we have listed. CBD, CMS, Ramsar, CITES, UNWS, and other also there. FAO is also part of it, because I am majorly dealing with MOF conventions here, so I am not going to other conventions. So this international platform also, we ministry is the focal point, and we are also part of making various policy decisions at international level. So coming to first UNESCO natural heritage sites, for example, if you want more conservation and international attractions, if you want tourism from outside, you can designate the Pulicat as a one heritage site. There is to go into that stage, first it should list in the tentative stage. It is we have established in UNESCO Wildlife Institute of India, UNESCO Category 2 Center, Asia's first institute in Wildlife Institute of India that can help in making a dossier and submitting to the UNESCO. Through focal point, its main focal point for UNESCO is Ministry of Culture. However, the natural part is focal point is there with the ministry. So that is how this is one way of conserving these lakes. And tentatively, India has many ongoing things. So it is a continuous process, and till date we have designated this many natural heritage sites. Yellow there, you know, this is good birds sighting, and there are mixed means it's a Kanchenjunga, we had a mixed site because it both have cultural and also natural heritage sites. So coming to the next Ramsar Convention, I don't need to tell because most of the experts know it. Sorry, that is actually 85, it's typo error. We have 85 Ramsar site designated. And the focal point is also there in the MOF Joint Secretary level. So UNCCD, this is also one way of restoring the lakes, especially through landscape approach. And one challenge also, IUCN is the major stakeholder here. And it has reviving, we have a target of restoring 20 million hectares of degraded land. I think, sir, 18 million have been Rashmirji. 18 millions I think we have restored, and by 2030 we have to restore around remaining things. I think it is achievable. It's exactly most arid and everywhere water is crucial, and revival of the water bodies is also crucial. And the UNWF, United Nations Economic Forum for Forest. So we all know that within forest, reserve forest or wildlife sanctuary, we have a lot of water bodies. So that is also, and it is more having it is under FC Act and Wildlife Protection Act, and it has stricter measures for allocating, just like Pulicat also. So this is also the report there in this forum. And this is the International Whaling Commission. The International Whaling Commissioner of India is ADG Wildlife. And this is basically cetaceans. All cetaceans are here. The concept of here is that of this body is that we are all sitting in the form of society or exchanging. The International Commission concept is the cetaceans are also like humans. They are speaking and they have association underwater. So for their rights, this commission actually fight for their rights. They should not kill, and surprised to know that they will make a quotas to kill, especially for the one who reside in polar region where the protein source is only this. So especially Japan is one of the major hunters for whales. So this forum fights for the human kind of rights for cetaceans, just like whales and dolphins underwater. And CMS, BHNS is very active on it. They have created a central flyways, CAF, Central Asian flyway, CAF is there. I think Pulicat is also part of it. So a lot of migratory species we are conserving through this convention also. And we have MOUs for turtles, South Asia MOU also there for turtles, and Godavari mouth is also declared as one of the source area where the turtles get. Because unlike in Odisha, Tamil Nadu have a sporadic type of turtle nesting. There Arabada is there, we don't have that, but still we are conserving it. And India is the MOU for Siberian crane, dugong and raptors, and a few proposals are in pipeline for sharks. And this focal point is also IG wildlife in MOFCC. And CMS globally it is prominent, and CBD, this is the mother of biodiversity, all conventions. Recently we adopted a global biodiversity framework for 2030. Under that, lot of initiatives were taken. This I served as a focal point for Cartagena Protocol also when I was the Director of Biosafety. And this is an important convention, and these conventions can happen in this region also because we have under BDA, Biodiversity Act, we have to designate biodiversity management committees. So what all the research that can happen is biodiversity management committees are involved. The protection levels will definitely increase, and all the resources has to be listed in People's Biodiversity Register by that biodiversity committee. So we know which resources is important, which resources is exploited. If that exploited access and benefit mechanism is also integrated in it. It means that if a company is getting profits from a natural resources like minerals or something, so some part should profit should go to that biodiversity management. That is the concept of this CBD. So, and CITES, you all know, this is Red Sanders I already told. This is most of the birds, tortoise, star tortoise, and turtle carcasses. These are being smuggled or export. So this is what the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau is there, which is the special vehicle designed under this CITES, and they will check everything at the airport to combat illegal, and also a lot of birds get killed. And we, through Agri also, on Srikanth used to be there. He was very active in combating this birds illegal trade. And UNFCCC, I will run through this because ecosystem-based approach, or GCF, the project enhancing the coastal resilience, that is the climate change project, and these are all indirectly chemicals and pesticides that are released into the lakes. Rotterdam Convention is there, Stockholm Convention, Basel Convention, organic parks are there. So these are rezoning hazardous chemicals and hazardous substance release. This also we will control, and we ban a lot of harmful chemicals and pesticides. And Minimata, you all know that mercury once caused this is called biomagnification. Fish, just like plastic, it enter into the body, mercury used to enter. So another is the ozone convention. It is actually it causes planet also in danger if it is not implemented. And other MBA linked with other ministries, we have FAO, we have CBD and Niagara Protocol. Indian Ocean Tuna Commission is also there with Ministry of Fisheries, closely working with CITES. And UNCLOS as ballastic water, speaker told, that is also closely related to CITES and the International Whaling Commission that we all zoos also, World Association of Zoos and Aquariums are there, which control humanitarian enclosures. So another thing, international tropical timber organization is there, which look after the trade of timbers. That is also forest producers are there. So another species level agreements are also there. GSLEP for snow leopard and the GTF is for tiger. Now both are clubbed into International Big Cat Alliance, I think. So that Eastern Ghats Wildlife Society is there. It can plan of International Small Cats Alliance also it can. And SAVAN, South Asia Wildlife Circuit. These are all various initiatives at the level. We implement all these conventions through our domestic legislations, Environment, EPI, Wildlife Guideline, and other national frameworks. So till that we hosted, India hosted these 5 COPs, and I'm privileged to attend all the COPs, except one of CCC. So thank you. And before concluding that, during 10 years back, when I was here, there was a proposal called on the sidelines of Flamingo Festival, why can't we form a Flamingo Forum, which I think Raju Garu has spoken about that only. So on the sidelines of this festival, we can have a Flamingo Forum just one day before or other, involving all the stakeholders and for the benefit of Pulicat Lake, we can have it. And also now my job is monitoring of ECs in Telangana. So for every EC we issue, we make sure that the nearby lakes are protected. And then monitoring reports are every 6 months they have to submit on the permission. My job is to monitor them, whether they are following or not. So sir, in that, especially you are talking about CSR. CSR, we also keep it as a part of EC condition and they have to submit an action plan. So the local PCB is the main person which are involved. And like that also these activities which are there, where funds are required, like we should analyze their action plan. We give around 3 to 6 months for submitting CSR action plan also, under that monitoring system. So with that, I thank everyone. We have taken extra time. Thank you.
So if there are any questions?
So in this MBA framework, the only thing is what we pointed out is like inland fisheries nowhere it's
no, it is good. Answer.
That's very small, very smart. Like inland fisheries.
No. Actually, even when we give forest clearance or whatever area, if it is in forest, if a lake is a dam or so, it will also come under the FC Act, automatically protected. Inland we are taking a lot of things, and answer we have wetland rules are also there.
Yeah.
So the complex itself come under EP Act.
Right, but there is no specific.
See, we have under EP Act, but inland fisheries is governed by irrigation department and fisheries department. There should be some. So they are also having various channels of control.
Thank you. Doctor, I just talked to Mr. Kanana Surya Pavaya. So he said that he will be leaving. So before that, he wants to give the book to Dr. Jagdish Silva. So we can have that idea. Yes, sir, please. Sir, if you can.
So 40 books actually. This is the 4 books, 2 books are on trees. The other 2 books on the watershed development and water management. So I want to give it to the DLHS library. Thank you. Sir. Yes, a small presentation. I don't take much time. No slides, sorry.
evening to all. My name is Jnana Surya Bhagavan. Actually, I am not a research scholar, I am a field worker. I have been working for the past 30 years as an NGO Bhumi, Base for Human Upliftment Movement and Ideal Institute. I was graduated in the year 1972 as an agriculture graduate from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. I served for 6 years as agriculture officer. Then I went to All India Radio. I was a broadcaster for 18 years. Then I resigned my job and I came out. I established my own organization, Bhumi. I worked for nearly 30 years in the conservation of soil, water, and afforestation. I have been working for the past nearly 23 years, joining hands with NABARD, Government of India and Tamil Nadu, and implementing the watershed development projects. We have got a field-oriented experience for 25 years in the conservation of the soil, water and afforestation. And we have done the watershed development in 12,000 hectares. And we have a training center also, Bhumi Water Institute. By this Water Institute, joining hands with NABARD and other organizations, we gave training for 17,000 people on water management, watershed development, and related things. So with these things, even we worked on climate change also. On the watershed areas with the support of NABARD, we got the best excellence performance for the state level recognition from the NABARD also. This is the thing. And besides that, I am more interested in writing also. So far I have written nearly 40 books actually. Very recently in 2022, from 2022, I have written 22 and 23, I have written 2 books on trees. One is for 540 pages, another one is for 610 pages, covering 108 plus 108 trees. I have given the entire thing about a tree actually. You can see I have given the, but I have written those books in Tamil. I have given those book to Dr. Sathiseelan for the BNHS library actually. And another 2 books, one is the books on rivers. I have documented 104 rivers in Tamil Nadu. Actually the major and moderate and small tiny rivers also. That is the first book in Tamil as well as in English. No book has so far covered on the trees, 104 rivers actually. The other book is on water and water, very recently I have published. It carries on the sustainable solution for the water issues. That is mainly for the agricultural, that is the irrigation problems, and the other one is a domestic problem, and the other one is for the industries and other areas actually. Here also they were discussing about water issues. Just I want to tell you, because you are all research people, I learned a lot actually, but I am 76 years old, I cannot sit for a long time. So I get the excuse from you all, just 5 minutes I will finish it up. And also I would like to tell you some more statistics with regards to the rainfall. The rainfall of Andhra Pradesh is around 1,000 millimeters, I think annual average rainfall. The annual average rainfall of Tamil Nadu is 997 or 98. The Indian annual average rainfall is 1,250 millimeter. But we are getting the largest rainfall in the world. In Serapunji, we are getting 11,444 millimeter. That is our annual rainfall, average rainfall. In Mansiram, it is 11,872 millimeter. But whereas in Serapunji, though we are getting 11,444 millimeter of rainfall, 6 months they are suffering from water. Actually, they are buying water. The water is taken by means of lorry loads, because it is located in Kasi Hills actually. They are taking the water by means of lorry, and the people are buying the water for every bucket or every pot for 15 to 20 rupees. So the lesson we have to take is, whatever may be the rainfall we are receiving, unless we harvest the rainfall, we cannot find out any solution for any of the water issues. And also I beg to you to take care of the Pulicat Lake and try to find out some other the water harvesting structures on the bank of Pulicat Lake, like water absorption trenches, or even the water absorption trenches. Like that actually. And also another one is, I want to request you also to take care of the mangrove restoration in the Pulicat area. Actually in Tamil we used to call it as Padave Kadu. Padam means fruit, Ver means root, Kadu means forest. Actually if you see the seed or the fruit of the mangrove plants, you can see the roots at the bottom of the fruits. The seeds will drop from the trees into the soil straight away. You can see the roots in the fruits. So in Tamil we used to call it as Padave Kadu. So we need to restore the mangrove. Otherwise we cannot build the ecosystem in the Pulicat area. And another one is, I request you to take care of the people's participation. We used to give training on the people's participation. I am one of the trainer. I made a documentary film on the book of Putting the Lost Fly, written by the Robert Chambers. Actually, so it is needed to participate. The participation should be done at all the phases of a project. That is a planning, execution, monitoring, and exit also. So I request you to take care of the Pulicat Lake, because I worked there in Pulicat for 10 years. I had my office 10 years in Pulicat. So with this, thank you so much. And also I thank you all the presenters from the morning. I learned a lot of things. And really I am very, I have to thank BNHS for giving me the opportunity to stand before you and speak before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will go on to the next presentation. It will be from Ms. Sabha Samani, and she will be speaking on experience in mangrove restoration by Dr. Reddy's Foundation.
Good evening to everyone present here. I am Shravani. I am a technical associate from Dr. Reddy's Foundation. First of all, I am going to brief about Dr. Reddy's Foundation. What are the activities that we are going to do here? Dr. Reddy's Foundation was started in 1996 with the aim of helping the coastal communities for their livelihood and also mitigate the climate changes by the process of restoration activities. And mainly these coastal restoration activities have been started by Dr. Reddy's Foundation in the year of 2022 to mitigate the climate actions by restoration of coastal ecosystems such as mangroves and also by shelterable plantation. So as I said, the main aim is for the develop strategies to minimize the climate action and also strengthen the coastal communities by mangrove restoration and shelter belt plantation. So why this coastal restoration? Mainly to protect the coastal ecosystems that are threatened by human activities and also climate change impacts. And also these coastal ecosystems should be protected to prevent the coastal communities and also to protect them from tsunamis and also floods and also soil erosion. And also to preserve habitats and also increase the biodiversity present in those ecosystems and also mitigate the climate change. So main target of ours is CCB, that is climate, community and biodiversity, to mitigate the climate changes and also help the community, local community participation in these mangrove restoration activities and also increase the biodiversity. So we are working from 2022 towards this mangrove rehabilitation and also shelter belt plantations involving local coastal communities. As all of us know, the importance of mangroves are they are the breeding and spawning grounds of many fishes and shellfishes, and also they act as the carbon sequesters, and also they have the main resource potential to protect the coastal communities against various natural disasters such as tsunamis and floods. And also they are the main economic benefit to local communities living in the coastal villages of mangroves by providing them with abundant resources of fishes as well as shellfishes. So, but mangroves are facing losses also due to main potential threats such as deforestation because of this urbanization and also this climate change, and also land conversion, that is we were able to see aquaculture conversion of shrimp farming, and also climate change that accelerate the destruction of coastal ecosystem. And also among the coastal communities till now there doesn't know the importance of mangroves of this to the coastal communities also. So what we do is we are doing our activities in the area of Pulicat in the Andhra Pradesh coast, and also in the area of Machilipatnam as well as Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. We are doing our mangrove restoration activities. First, what we will be doing is identification of suitable land. For this mangrove restoration activity, we have to identify the suitable land for the restoration activities. That is, the water flow should be proper. Water flow should be there for the survival of these mangroves. And we will be doing this with ICFR team from Visakhapatnam and also with the full support of the forest department of this Pulicat area. And we will be doing after the identification of suitable land for this mangrove restoration, we will be identifying the we'll be doing the preparation of land for this mangrove plantation activities such as de-weeding. If any weeds are present, we'll be de-weeding them, and also if water flow is not proper in those areas, we'll be doing the channeling activities also. And then we will be doing the plantation of mangroves with local coastal communities. So we'll be involving, mostly we'll be working with the forest department of Sulurpet Wildlife Division and also with the coastal communities living in the areas where we will be doing the mangrove restoration activities. So first what we will be doing is we will be educating the coastal communities present in the areas of coastal villages about these mangroves and also the activities that we will be doing for the benefit of their livelihood. And with the entire activities will be carried out with the help of these local communities only in the plantation activities and also de-weeding activities and also in the channeling activities. So these are the conservation efforts. What we done is monitoring of the area after the plantation also, and for channeling we have used the fishbone channeling method, and also after the plantation also we will be recording the biodiversity of the species present after plantation. So for this we have set up a temporary nursery near the areas that we are doing mangrove restoration. We are mainly raising the saplings of different species of Avicennia. In Pulicat area, mostly we will be finding the abundant species of Avicennia. Marina is the abundant species, and Rhizophora are in the lower level compared to Avicennia. And we are also introducing Bruguera cylindrica in this area along with Cereops decombra. So our mangrove activities are going on in the areas of Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary, Machilipatnam and Pulicat mangrove area, and we are also exploring towards Gujarat. We are also working with Gujarat Forest Department for restoration activities, and for total of about we are doing nearly 450 hectares in Andhra Pradesh coast. And next other expansion activities that we are planning is shelter belt plantation in Pulicat area only. We are going for shelter belt plantation with the help of forest department. And other livelihood opportunities that we are going to start in these areas is mud crab fattening and also mussel farming. So what I am going to conclude is that coastal restoration is not only for the mitigating climate changes and also improving the sustainable livelihood development for the coastal villages, and also it improves the economic activities, and also success of this is mainly between the collaboration between the government and forest departments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if there are any questions from the audience.
How many years this project is running?
It's the fourth year, sir.
Fourth year.
Yes.
Any further question?
So in Pulicat area, means nearby lagoon area, how much acres has been utilized for promoting this mangrove?
We are doing this near Kondurpalam, that is in Bakad Mandal, and we asked for 150 hectares. Presently, we have started this in 100 hectares.
This mud crab fattening also they have started.
No, we are going to start that.
Means this financial year they want to start.
Yes.
Means
Next financial year.
I think better to intimate along with forest department, fisheries department also. If you involve me,
Yes.
fishermen will be involved.
Yes.
Because fishermen are the main local community.
Yeah, we are working with fishermen communities only for plantation activities also. We didn't start it, we are going to start after this mangrove plantation activity, because this is the season for mangrove collection of seeds and all. After that we are going to start it, but I have the experience of mangrove farming during my PhD. We used to do that in Mudusaloda area, near Pichavaram. So we are going to start that. In Tamil Nadu region, yeah. In Machilipatnam also, before we used to do that. Yeah, we are trying to do this in Kondurpalam area only, or mangrove plantation site only.
Thank you. So the next presentation will be by Dr. Rajesh Daniel, and he is going to present on understanding human wetland mutualism.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello.
You will be online. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Clearly audible. Yeah, sure. Okay. So my talk is a more general talk. It is not specific to Pulicat or any of our wetlands, and I will try to quickly run through it because we have lost considerable time. Basically, I am trying to tell you about how wetlands and human beings are mutually associated, and that we cannot separate one from the other when we think about management of wetlands. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So in ecology, basically, mutualism is a form of association where when two entities are associated with each other, both benefit by the association. So this can be seen among plants, it can be seen among animals, it can also be seen among people and habitat. So I will be talking about how this has evolved and how this is necessary for the sustainable management of wetlands. The next slide, please. Yeah, so basically all of you know, because most people sitting here are experts on wetlands, but still I would like to emphasize on this particular thing that wetlands by definition are water bodies or aquatic habitats that are not more than 6 meters in depth. So that excludes many different kinds of aquatic habitats which are not really wetlands. There could be reservoirs, lakes and so on. Now wetland also has the character that it is stagnant, and if there is any flow, it is induced by tides or rain. By the pH, we classify them into freshwater wetlands like the famous Bharatpur. Brackish water, Pulicat and Silica, they may not be brackish now, as I heard in the earlier part of the afternoon. Somebody was saying that the Pulicat lake has become more saline than it used to be. And very saline wetlands, as you see in Kraman Cuts in Gujarat. Then altitude wetlands vary from sea level to the highest mountains. We have these mountain wetlands which are now attracting a lot of research interest, and they are highly seasonal and they are extremely variable in character. So when we talk about wetlands, we are dealing with very diverse habitats and we need to be aware of that. The next slide, please. Yeah, human association began very early with wetlands because, as all of us know, major civilizations evolved closer to water, just like we had the Nile civilization, the Indus Valley civilization, or Mesopotamian civilization, Euphrates and Tigris. But actually, living close to large rivers is risky. As all of us know, they flood, they have water can swell up and cause floods. There are very rapid currents, and some of the rivers can be very deep. So people may not have actually lived in direct contact with rivers, but they would have lived within the region which have been supported by rivers, such as shallow wetlands associated with rivers, estuaries, oxbows, floodplains, stagnations caused by sandbars, rocks, and mudflats. So they may have utilized the riverine ecosystem, but they would have stayed a little away from rivers closer to the wetlands. Now this is where settled agriculture began, because people started cultivating, they started cultivating rice mainly in wetlands. That was probably one of the first crops to have been domesticated. They domesticated ducks, which are wetland birds, domesticated lotus flowers and other kinds of water lilies, and buffaloes. So humans have lived very closely with wetlands, and that is how the strong association has started. The next slide, please. Yeah, humans are ecosystem engineers. By trade, they keep on modifying everything as we see now. But even the early humans, they started modifying our wetlands. So we had natural wetlands which were modified to suit human needs. So the first thing that people did was transforming seasonal wetlands to perennial wetlands, because seasonal wetlands you have water only through part of the year. Rest of the year it becomes dry. But people needed water throughout the year, so they did something to kind of change the character to make it a perennial wetland. They also made exclusively man-made wetlands. They created, the wetlands to harvest rainwater in very dry areas, in desert areas. They also started diverting water using canals and pipes and so on. There are many archaeological excavations which have shown how people had used, terracotta pipes to divert water into the dry land. So they had started engineering and modifying wetlands very early in history. Next, please. Yeah, wetlands also shape human culture. So humans, unlike all other mammals, are highly water-dependent species, and human evolution had started probably in close proximity of the wetlands, because some of the anthropologists and ecologists, they speculate that the hairless body of the modern human beings, we look at the early people, the people before the Homo sapiens came into existence, they were all covered with a lot of hair like the apes, but then humans became more or less hairless. And that many people feel was because of a close association with water. Now there are also a lot of residual or what are called persistent human traditions and cultures. Now all of us know what is going on with Kumbh Mela, and there are various forms of spirituality associated with water, temple tanks, and various rituals using water. So all these show that humans have been, inherently very closely associated with wetlands. The next, please. So early humans also understood that wetlands are highly productive, because they soon learned that they could produce salt from estuaries and coastal areas. They learned how to cultivate rice in wetlands. They introduced species like lotus. They carried with them all over the world, and they started culturing them. And they also started other forms of aquaculture traditionally that they have been practicing for a long time now. Next slide, please. So when we really actually want to understand wetlands and then the diversity of wetlands in the world or in our country, we can create a very huge matrix. So that matrix will look at the geography and the salinity of wetlands. We have the low elevation wetlands, high elevation wetlands, freshwater wetlands, and extremely saline wetlands. And this has to be overlaid with various levels of human manipulation and management. So when we do that, we will have hundreds of different types of wetlands, which have been, slightly or very greatly modified by human beings. And that is why today's wetlands, we cannot really separate people from wetlands and then manage wetlands exclusively. The next slide, please. So humans and wetlands, as I told you, are inseparable. I've just picked up a few examples from our country where, some of India's iconic species have been the flagships in conservation, and all these wetlands have had a very strong association with human beings. Lokat Lake in Manipur, where the Sangai, the proto-antler deer, is found. A lot of us, people who have gone there have seen how closely it is associated with human beings, how human beings work on those pooties, the so-called floating islands, how they use it to catch fish and things like that. There is a very close association, and it is not something that started recently. Same way, the Bharatpur, Kelo Deer Dana, all of us knew that Bharatpur was the last site where the Siberian crane was, and then it was a very small intervention of keeping away people and their buffaloes, which led to eventually the disappearance of the Siberian crane. Chilika Lake, we know there were freshwater dolphins. I don't know if they are still there. Pulicat Lake, we are talking about flamingos and flamingo festivals. Now, flamingos have had a very close association with human beings. In Spain, the very famous flamenco dance has basically come from the flamingos dance. So there has been a very close association not only with wetlands but also with very iconic species that inhabited some of our wetlands. The next slide, please. So wetlands and bird migration, many of you are from DNHS, so I don't have to tell you about that. Wetlands attract a greater diversity of migratory birds than terrestrial or aquatic habitats. Even lakes, rivers, and seas, they don't, attract that kind of diversity of birds as our wetlands attract. Now, migration of birds coincides with the period of highest productivity. This is something very interesting. When all the wetlands of the southern portions, particularly in India and South India, they become more productive after the northeast monsoon. And that is the time the migratory birds come here. And by the time these all dry up, the migratory birds are ready to go back. So this is a very well-established cycle. And somebody I recently was listening to somebody who said the monsoon pattern may have started about 40 million years ago, which means this migratory pattern may have also started such a long time ago. So wetlands have been providing services of various kinds, and we have to be very careful in managing them. Now, productivity is often enhanced by human interventions because traditional systems of rice cultivation close to the wetlands, grazing areas, and then fishing, they have been very attractive to birds. For example, in Tamil Nadu, the famous bird sanctuary Vedamdangal. Vedamdangal, the water around the sanctuary actually is not very productive. The birds don't find much food there. But much of the food the birds find in the adjacent paddy fields and cultivated areas. Okay, so there is a huge complex association between wetlands and human beings. We need to be aware of this when we are actually thinking in terms of managing. The next slide, please. Yeah, so finally, the wetland human mutualism is often misunderstood in protected area management because protected area management is a kind of a straitjacket system where we put all our protected areas into that one management system. But that may not work. Exclusive systems of wetland management can be counterproductive. What I mean by exclusive is excluding people from the management, people's participation, people's involvement, and so on. Now, wetlands are transitional habitats. As an ecologist, if you leave wetlands alone, soon they can become into grasslands or, scrubs and sometimes forests. They lose their ecological character without human intervention. So many of our wetlands have been maintained by people. They have been harvesting grass from there. They have been harvesting fish and other animals. Yes, just I'm finishing. Yeah, last slide. Yeah. So, Ramsar Convention actually talks about inclusive management. In fact, that is how Ramsar sites have been created all over the country. But have we really learned any lessons? We have learned, we have had bad experiences in Bharatpur, we have had problems in Chilika and so on. So are we still not learning? Are we ready to learn? The last line is that because I heard in the afternoon somebody say that 100 crores per year is being earmarked for management of Pulicat Lake. My only request is that management should be very sensitive to the human beings who have been associated with the wetlands. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So it is not 100 crores, it is 1 crore.
Yes, okay.
But I am happy to hear 100 crore comes very happy.
say 1 crore, fine, yes.
Thank you, sir. So, if there are any questions, okay. Otherwise, thank you, sir. Then we can go on to the next, or in fact, the last presentation of the day. That is by Dr. Vijayadhara Kode, senior scientist from SACON, and he is going to present on significance of stakeholders' participation in wetland management. So,
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible back? Okay. Yeah, while it's loading, just briefly, I'm Vijayadhara Kode from SACON. I've been working on rivers, streams, and wetlands. So I haven't worked specifically in Pulicat, but with request from Salam and Himatri, I made a presentation here on focusing on the stakeholders' role in managing the wetlands. I have been working in different parts of the country, focusing on fish as a model organism to understand how different factors contribute their, distributions. So, thank you. So, I don't have to talk anything about what kind of wetland that we're talking about and the kind of services that it provides to us. So there are many services that we are getting benefit on day-to-day basis. But when it comes to manage wetlands, we are facing innumerous challenges, and these challenges are mostly emerging from our interventions. So as a result, we are losing a lot of wetlands all across the world, and Pulicat is one of the wetland that we don't want to lose in the future. So there are multiple issues that one can, engage if you want to work on wetlands. So water management is a crucial aspect anywhere you go, whether it's a Pulicat or Chilica or any high altitude wetlands. So water quality is again an issue from the urban environment, where we always try to provide inputs knowingly or unknowingly, and managing such issues become very much challenging when we want to make some interventions on the ground level. And the problem of invasive species today, in the early morning, somebody spoke about the problem of mussels, and with respect to the fish, there are a lot of exotic fish that we are now tackling, and challenging is one aspect, especially when you want to take it for the bigger scales. One successful example I can think of is the Bharatpur, where the forest managers have specifically managed to take out the marl, that's a catfish, African catfish, sorry, not marl. So that could possible because of the small size that we could make some interventions. But imagine the areas which were very big in Chilica and other areas where the exotic fish have become a very big problem, and it's very difficult to manage or provide some solutions. So what are the stakeholders? Basically, we are all part of the stakeholders. There are this is the typical definitions, which basically involves a lot of government officials, NGOs, private sectors, researchers, and all these players make an important interventions in order to solve any contemporary environmental issue, or in this case, wetland management, let's say. So why they are important? For various reasons, they make very positive, interventions. If you want to mitigate some measures, they provide a profound knowledge, especially traditional as well as scientifically. And of course, they bring resources in terms of the monetary value, which also helps in managing these sites. So I'm going to run through a couple of examples that I have been associated with very briefly, but largely this work belongs to my colleagues who work in Bangalore. I was working in WWF Bangalore for last 2 years, and 2 years before joining SACON. So this is the northern part of a lake called Bashikiralli, and here the intervention was made with respect to the industries that is there, and with the local panchayat. And this lake was restored by making an interventions by different stakeholders. So one example is that, so Yeah, so we've sort of involved multiple stakeholders, including schools. So we've conducted programs of water schools where we you know made an awareness about how a particular stream is important, or wetland is important in terms of providing the groundwater to recharge. And there are a lot of activities done over the years, including afforestations. This is in a schematics. So there are a couple of drains that are meeting this Bashitihalli area or wetland. The main operation started with de-weeding. So first 2019, I think they had a problem of Ipomia. So they were the Ipomia plantation was taken out, and then the restoration of these drains was taken out subsequently by the villagers, including the industrial people who came forward to provide the funding. So this was the before 2019 scenario. You can see the Ipomia, and all over the you cannot barely see the wetland or the Bashitihalli area. And this is what the intervention began with the district collector, who kindly gave this JCBs to take out all these weeds. And there was a constant engagement with the local people to take these interventions to the next level. So the lake was regenerated after June 2019, and you can see this is the maximum water level that could reach. And as a result of that, you could see over the year of from 72 to 2021, the water spread area has increased, and because of these interventions, 20% of water holding capacity of these lakes increased, and because of that, people also could see the immediate effect in their groundwater bore wells, and that was the most happiness signal that we got, and everybody was very much happy to see that their bore wells got recharged. And this was in 2020. A lot of school programs and community engagement we did, and then there was a second phase involved where we sort of expanded this to some other North Bangalore lakes as well. So you can see the involvement of the local panchayat villagers plus industrials and teachers and school children. Moving on, so there is another small case study that I want to touch upon is the Kukaribellur. Perhaps most of you all know, but there was an instance of mortality of pelicans, and that was quite alarming. And there is a bunch of people involved in. Is it possible to play the video? So this is a small documentary WWF did, basically to spread the awareness about the Kukaribellur. It's in Kannada, but you can see the translation in English.
ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಕ್ರೆಬೆಳ್ಳೂರಿಗೆ ತಲತಲಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಳ್ಳೂರು ಕೊಕ್ರೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮನೇ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಕ್ರೆಬೆಳ್ಳೂರು ಅಂತ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ನಾಮವಾದ ಬೆಳ್ಳೂರಿದೆ ಆ ಬೆಳ್ಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೊರಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ 2 ಜಾತಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪೆಲಿಕನ್ನು ನವೆಂಬರ್ಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಮರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಜೂನ್ ಜುಲೈಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಟಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಣ್ಣದ ಕೊಕ್ರೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಜನವರಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಮರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಜೂನ್ ಜುಲೈ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಂಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಗೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಮರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತವೆ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸರ್ ಬೆಳ್ಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬರೋ ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಥೇಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಂಸಾ ನದಿ ಈ ಥರ ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೇನ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳೋಪಾದಿಯನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಇದೆ.
ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಜಾರು. ಎದ್ದು ನೋಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿಗೆ
ಬಂದು ಆ ತಿಂಗಳು ಇರ್ತವೆ, ಆ ತಿಂಗಳು ಹೊಂಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತವೆ. ಅವು ಹೊಂಟೋಗ್ತವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಬೇಜಾರಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ದಿನ ಡೈಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಚಿತ್ರ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಅಂತಸ್ತಿ 3 ಅಂತಸ್ತಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಬೆಳ್ಳೂರು ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಅಂತಸ್ತು ಮನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಮೇಲಿನ ಅಂತಸ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಜನಗಳು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಅಂತಸ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಹಬಾಳ್ವೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾರೆ.
ಹಿಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಬ್ಬರಿ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಿದ್ದವು. ಆದರೆ ಈಗಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಬ್ಬರಿ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಬಳಕೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮುಂಚೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ನಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಳೆ ನಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದವು. ಆದರೆ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ.
WWF ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ 7 ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಣಸಿಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ WWF ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರು ಬಂದು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೊಕ್ಕರೆಗಳು ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ವಾಸವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ.
ಹಿಂದೆ ಊರು ಸುತ್ತ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಲೈನು ಆದೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದೋಗ್ತಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದನ್ನ ಇದನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜಾರ್ಲೆ ಬಳಗದ ಒಂದು ಹೋರಾಟದ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಊರು ಸುತ್ತ ಕೇಬಲ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಅನಾಹುತವನ್ನು ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಮರಿಗಳು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಆರೋಗೋದಂತ ಮೀನು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಅವು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ತನಕ ಪೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹೊಣೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮನುಕುಲ ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yeah, so this was a small attempt to spread the awareness about the pelican and
Only
the
1 minute left.
Sorry?
Only 1 minute.
So what I wanted to show is that back in 2017 December there were pelicans mortality witnessing in this village, and there were attempts made by involving multiple stakeholders. So this is the location, and there are different lakes and reservoirs that are surrounding Pulicat were sort of identified for the study. So yeah, so there were the next counting was taken, one of the aspects by the WIS scholars for PhD, and then yeah, so there were more than 50 individuals of the pelicans started, they died between the period of 2017 to 2018, and then samples were collected, and the main reason that we found was the hemorrhagic verminous gastroenteritis, this caused by the nematodes. So the nematode infestation was very severe. As a result, many chicks used to get they fallen down from the tree, and the big adult pelicans are also fall down. So you can see that nematode infestation in their throat. So these were the main key stakeholders who were engaged in assessing the mortality and trying to find the solutions in this village. As a result, the samples were studied, and then we published. This work was published by a colleague in Secon and other scientists. So what did we learn? So basically, it was not a matter of toxicity, but it was infestation by nematodes. And then there was a lot of interventions was required to take forward some studies, not just the nematode infestation but also the tagging or foraging pattern of the pelicans. So there were short-term measures, so people were involved. So these are the different stakeholders, and there were long-term measures were suggested to study the pelicans in collaboration with the forest department and the fisheries department. So the rejuvenation of not just the Kukribellur but its surrounding lakes was also important aspects, because water quality was another aspect that people was suggested could be monitored properly. And with Gram Panchayat, they have developed bird care center where the villagers were trained to take care of the bird mortality, or they should take care of the bird which fallen down from the tree. Then one study initiated by the WI on tagging of the Kukribellur, again with the forest department's support, and the PhD student, I think she has submitted a thesis on this aspect. And continuation of monitoring the pollution was important by Karnataka State Pollution Board. There was another important suggestion made by the fisheries department to stop some of the native fishes when we make an interventions. So they were not able to culture the native fishes, but whatever fishes that these pelicans were eating were the exotics, especially the catfishes and the tilapias and things like that. So that was the issue, and the student was able to procure some of these fishes from the regurgitated regurgitated fish from the pelicans, and we could identify mostly done. So mostly these are the list of the native fishes that we proposed for the fisheries department to culture, but they were unable to do this in the long term scenario. Yeah, that's all. I just want to thank the organizers, especially Himadri, Satyasalam, Dr. Satyasalam, and all of you for patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If there are any questions? Thank you, sir. We actually saved the video for the last presentation. No, the video is here, so that's why. So with this, we will wrap up today's session, and there are supposed to be 25 presentations. 2 participants we couldn't find, so there are 23 presentations, 9 from biodiversity, 3 from ecological services, 3 from hydrology, and 8 are from existing and potential threats. So with this, we are wrapping up today's session, and there are certain announcements to make, particularly for tomorrow. As you can see, the tomorrow session will start from 8:45. So the participants from here, I think we are going to the hotel who are staying with us, and we are requesting all of you to be ready on 8:15. I know today there is a little delay, not little, quite a lot delay. So we request you to be ready on 8:15, so the vehicle will leave on time. And the things about the reimbursement. So if you, the bills that you have, the hard copies, we request you to kindly sign it, and first of all take photos of them. And there are 2 ladies, Arpita and Sandhya, if you can stand up. So if you can submit your bills to them after signing and taking photographs. And the participant will also will be announcing that whoever already left, so they can do the same thing in Melody. But since you are having the bill over here, it's requested to sign the hard copies and give it to these ladies. If you are coming tomorrow, so you don't need to submit it today, you can submit it tomorrow as well. Okay, so that's it. If anything else.
I hope all these presentations are shared to everybody else.
Yes. WhatsApp group.
Thank you.
Thank you for the day, and hopefully tomorrow more energetic session, morning session will be waiting. So afternoon we have not kept anything, we field visit, and I think tomorrow evening you can go for the cultural event. Some of them are interested. After the field visit, that indoor doing the cultural event happening, that you can attend. Anything?
The participants who are coming with us, please be ready. So we'll be leaving shortly, and the dinner will be served at Aroma. The people who are there are here. they knew the location and who are new, so we will take them to their destination.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone.
They left. They want only morning session.
We are also changing.